goes red on there. It goes red. Okay.
Yeah, right, okay. Okay, good morning everybody. It's now 10 o'clock, so it is time for me to open the hearing sessions into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. Before I proceed with an opening statement, can I just check that everybody can hear me and where necessary see me okay, that the speaker system's working? Good. Just to introduce myself to everybody in the room and those who will be watching the recordings of these sessions, my name is David Spencer. I'm an inspector appointed under Section 20 of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act to carry out the independent examination of the South Tyneside local plan. As everyone will be aware, this is a document that sets out the strategy and policies for meeting and managing the borough's development needs over the period to 2040. Can I ask at this early stage that people please ensure that mobile phones are switched off or on their silent settings, please? As I indicated, the council are making recordings of these sessions, and they will be available to view, I think I understand, on the council's website. Does anybody else wish to make their own separate recordings of this morning's session? No? Okay. Thank you. Before I set out shortly in a bit more detail how these sessions will work, can I please, in the first instance, turn to the council or for somebody from the council, I think just to explain what we need to do in the event if the fire test goes off, please.
Yes, good morning, everyone. We're not expecting any fire alarms this morning, so if one does go off, can we please make our way to the nearest fire exits, which are just on the far side of the room, and then if we can make our way to the far side of the car park and await instruction from the hotel staff at that point. Just toilets are available just across the corridor outside of this room. And please note as well that there are cables on the floor throughout the room, so please be careful when you are moving around, just in case nobody trips over those and dislodges the cables. Also as well, just to note that the hotel operates a parking eye system in the car park, so if anybody has parked the car in the car park, to make sure that they have entered their registration number in the tablet devices at reception. Okay, thank you.
So, thank you for that. Can I just check within the room, is there anybody here present from the local press, please? Thank you. And can I just ask you to briefly identify yourself for my notes? Thank you for that. I mean, there is a press table set slightly to the back if you wanted to sit somewhere to take notes or whatever. He's fine there. Okay, thank you. Okay, so most people hopefully have either met or spoken to Annette Feeney, who's the Programme Officer dealing with the administration and organisation of the examination. Annette's sitting to my left at the back of the room. I want to stress that Annette is completely independent, that she works for the examination, and she is your first point of call if you need any assistance regarding documents, queries about the procedures for this examination. Annette is based here whilst the examination is sitting. Alternatively, her contact details are on the examination website if you need to get in touch with her. Now, before I set out briefly how the examination works, there are a couple of things I want to just pick up at the start of these examination hearings to reflect the particular circumstances as to sort of being in the room today. And I'm going to pick that up in three very brief points. Firstly, I am aware that there have been full council meetings of South Tyneside Borough Council, both in September 2024 and February 25, which resulted in a vote not to submit this local plan for its examination. As such, I do understand that there will be strongly held views that local democracy was not followed or taken into account. But I must stress this examination is an opportunity to look carefully at the plan and to consider whether it is sound or whether there are such fundamental issues with it that it needs to be withdrawn or its preparation should not, its progress should not go forward and an alternative local plan be prepared. The second brief point I want to raise is the Secretary of State has intervened. This examination is going ahead. I have no powers, remit to overturn that intervention decision, to look into the merits or basis of why that intervention took place. I've been appointed to carry out an independent examination. That's what I will do. I will consider the evidence and I will prepare my report in due course. What I would do is to encourage those who are participating at this examination to focus on the strengths of your arguments, the evidence that you have as to whether the plan is legally compliant or sound, or if it's not, why that should be considered to be the case. And then thirdly, I'd like to advise everybody attending and speaking at these hearings that we should all be afforded courtesy and the ability to be heard. There will be things that are said at these hearings that people will profoundly disagree with. We've got obviously people here today for various sessions who are speaking against the plan in terms of the proposed Greenbelt alterations. I will be hearing from people later in the week who take a view that the council should be going even further and considering other Greenbelt releases. So you're going to hear lots of competing and different views. But when people do speak at these hearings, I hope that they'll be treated and afforded respect, and that people will have the right to be heard and to have the ability to say what they wish to say. I think if there is anybody or any persons who can't afford that or won't allow that to happen, then I'm afraid they'll probably be asked to leave the examination hearings. It is important that I can hear what people are saying and to take that evidence in. So if people are talking over one another, it's not going to help me. People seated around the table who have expressed the right to be heard will be given that right to be heard. I will hear from you, and similarly, I'm going to hear from the council and from others in an orderly way. I appreciate that sounds a slightly heavy-handed way to sort of start proceedings, but I just wanted to set out those kind of brief ground rules and to sort of hopefully express to people I do understand that those who are opposed to the plan are concerned about what the plan could mean for them. I understand the background to why we are here in this room today. However, this examination is taking place. I will be listening, I will be asking questions, and I will leave this venue to reflect on what I've read and heard. In terms of just very briefly then, in terms of the examination and how these things work, I've published a set of guidance notes back at the beginning of May, which explain a bit more about the examination. I've identified a number of matters and issues which I want to explore through these hearings. I'll split the hearings into two stages. The first stage is going to look at matters of legal compliance, the amount of development needed, and whether exceptional circumstances exist to alter the Greenbelt, and then the proposed sites within the Greenbelt themselves. The matters and issues I've identified have resulted from the many representations that were made on the plan back in January to March 2024, and the evidence produced by the council in support of its plans. These hearing sessions, which start today, will be based on those matters and issues. The hearing sessions will also bring in the various written statements that people have prepared and submitted in June of this year based on those matters. I'm going to be leading the discussions based on hearing agendas which I've recently released. Now, the plan was submitted for examination back on the 11th of March of this year. There have been various statements of common ground, and in response to some of my matters, issues and questions, the council has identified potential modifications or changes to the plan. It may well transpire as we have these further discussions that there are other changes or modifications that need to be made. Can I ask the council that it keeps a running schedule of kind of potential changes, action points as we go along. I'll also be keeping a record, and I'll be liaising through the programme officer on a potential schedule of modifications. A programme for the hearing sessions has been produced and updated with those participating. The stage 1 hearings will take place over the next 2 weeks. This week we're looking at some of the more strategic aspects of the plan, and then the second week we're going to be looking at the site proposals in further detail, including the strategic sites at Fellgate. I'm mindful that there have been recent changes to the National Planning Policy Framework and the methodology for calculating housing need, but this plan is being examined under what are known as transitional arrangements, which means that we're looking at consistency against the September 2023 version of the National Planning Policy Framework. Now, these hearing sessions are being held in public, and obviously people can observe being in the room or can observe online. But I must stress that only people seated around the table will be able to speak and have the right to be heard. And I'll be bringing people in to the discussion as we go along. Generally, the morning sessions will start at 9:30. There are a couple of sessions that start at 10 o'clock, so please look at the programme for the kind of the variance as to when the days begin. The afternoon sessions will start at 2 o'clock, and I'm hoping that the afternoon sessions should be finished around about 5 o'clock. But if there are on occasions, or if there is on occasion we need to sit slightly longer to finish a particular discussion point, I will seek to accommodate that. We'll also be having mid-morning and mid-afternoon breaks, around about 10-15 minutes for comfort, and I'll indicate when those will be. Now, as I've indicated, the hearing sessions are hopefully going to be informal and respectful discussions focusing on the matters in hand. Now, the Council does have legal representation in Mr. Shadarevian, but I want to stress to everybody sitting around the table, there'll be you won't be cross-examined, there'll be no direct questioning. Mr. Shadarevian's role is to assist the Council and to assist me, particularly if there are particular points of law that need to be clarified. I will be asking the questions and looking for people to respond to the points that I raise to them. I will give everybody an adequate opportunity to speak if they wish to do so. If you wish to come in on a particular point as we're having a discussion, the convention at these hearings is to upend your nameplate, like so, and then that will signal to me, oh, I can see that Mr. Hunter wants to come in on a particular point, so I can then sort of bring you in at hopefully a convenient part of the discussion to kind of make your point, or alternatively, I may have a particular question that I say, Mr. Hunter, can I ask you about X? And it will be your opportunity to give me your thoughts or your evidence on a particular point. I am aware that some participants will not be used to participating at local plan examinations. So I am here obviously to ensure that you are able to speak, that you can make your points to me. And I would like to advise everybody in the room, if you're not got a seat at the table but you have made written representations, say back in that period in early 2024, that's all before me. Those written statements carry equal weight to whatever I hear in this room over the next couple of weeks. What I would encourage is that all contributions are reasonably to the point and short, and in particular identify how the plan could be changed to address a particular point. So finally, I would just like to advise everybody, I have, as you can probably tell by my accent, I'm not local. There is a purposeful reason for that. I have no connections to South Tyneside. I'm wholly independent. But I would like to stress to people, I have visited the area. I've been to look at the sites that we are discussing over the next couple of weeks. I've been around the main urban areas of sort of Jarrow, Hebburn, South Shields, and along the coast and through the communities, including Bolden, where we are today. So I've seen the area. If there's anything I hear over the next couple of weeks and I think, right, I do need to go back and have a look at that, I will do so. And it's probably likely to be on an unaccompanied basis, but we'll see if I do need to be accompanied at any point. You'll be pleased to hear that concludes my opening remarks. Can I just ask, does anybody have any brief questions about how the mechanics of these hearings work? No, all clear as mud. Good. Okay.
When you ask those questions, is that just for the people sitting around the table?
It's mainly for the people sitting around the table or anybody who's likely to be joining for any of the sort of future hearing sessions.
So the people outside the black tables aren't. You're not directing those questions to them.
I'm not at this stage. I will at the beginning of every session, so I don't know who you are or your name, but at the beginning of every session, I will go through, you'll be pleased to hear, a shorter introductory kind of set of remarks. And again, just clarify that people understand, or if they want anything understood about how these sessions work, I will go through that at the start of each session. Okay, there are no particular questions in terms of the mechanics of these hearing sessions. Can I just...
Sorry, could I just ask about whether any...
Okay, I mean, the way these hearings work, it's those who've expressed their right to be heard are sitting around the table, and we are trying to manage the numbers for that, so it's typically a seat per kind of organisation or particular body. If you do need to try and get something to a particular person, whether you've got the mechanism to do that either electronically for a mobile message, or provided it's not too distracting, if you want to sort of sit nearer to somebody you're affiliated with or you know, to kind of relay a piece of paper or a message to them, that's possible. Obviously, as I said, try and ensure mobile phones are switched off, but I know some people do use things like WhatsApp groups or messaging to kind of get messages to people on silent mode. But if there's something that's arisen through the discussion, you think, oh, I'm linked to Mr. Lavelle and I know, and I've just quickly go and get a message to him, you can do so, provided as I'm not seeing lots of people getting up and wandering around. That's going to be too distracting to me to follow what's going on.
Sorry, I've just got two things. One is, you haven't learned
Thank you. I'm happy to answer those questions. Are you happy to identify yourself, sir?
Yeah, Timothy Duffy.
Okay.
I did make representations, and I did
Okay, we'll look into that second point. I mean, the programme has been around for some while, Mr. Duffy, and there was a deadline of the 3rd of June or 10th of June to express whether you wish that right to be heard. It's probably something you need to pick up with the programme officer, Mr. Duffy, outside of this particular discussion, if there are particular sessions you wish to participate at. So just going back to the 2 points you raised for the benefit of people in the room, as introduced myself, my name is David Spencer. I'm an independent planning inspector. I work for the Planning Inspectorate, which is an arm's length organisation body reporting to the Secretary of State. In this case, it's Secretary of State for Housing and Communities. I've been an inspector for a number of years, and prior to that, a local plans officer across various local authorities. My main work within the Planning Inspectorate, Mr. Duffy, is the examination of local plans. You can probably go online and Google me and see that I've been at various plan examinations. Locally, I examined North Tyneside, which was about 9 years ago, Hartlepool, which was about, when was that, 2018. So I hope I can bring a wealth of experience. I think this is now my 17th plan examination, so hopefully I know roughly what I'm doing, but if I don't, it will no doubt be brought to my attention. So hopefully, Mr. Duffy, that's just a bit of background as who I am, and as I say, I have no connection to or interests in South Tyneside. I'm completely impartial. In terms of the documentation and material that's in front of the examination, that should be on the examination website. I'm trying to recollect. I've certainly seen a list of the documents that the council's produced. I don't know if that was exclusively for my benefit or whether there's a wider list of just kind of an index of all the documents that...
Just for everyone's benefit, my name is Paul Shadorevian, KC, and I'm acting for the council. We don't have a specific list, but of course the website contains all the documentation which is relevant to this examination and the production of the plan. And our response to MIQs, that's the inspector's questions, identifies those documents upon which we rely to answer those questions. But that's without prejudice to our right to refer to other documents as the examination proceeds, which are already before the examination and on the website.
Okay.
I would like to see a complete list. Well, it's all on the website. Documents.
Okay. I mean,
Schedule of all the documents that's being put in front of the inquiry and what this examination is relying on.
Okay, all the material, Mr. Duffy, is on the examination website. I'll particularly draw your attention. The website is, in my view, helpfully set up. So there is a section particularly for post-submission documents, and they're prefixed post-sub, and you'll see them through. They're in numerical order from 1 through to around about 20. So that will show you the latest documents. So I would refer you to the website. Okay, thank you for that. I'd like at this stage, please, before we get into the first matter for this examination, for the council, if I can turn to the council to just briefly introduce themselves. I appreciate Mr. Shadorevian, you've just done that, but you may like to do it again and introduce who I'll be hearing from, particularly today. Thank you.
Yes, Paul Shadorevian, KC, acting for the council, and to my right is Mrs. Lamb, if you'd like to introduce yourself too.
Good morning, my name's Deborah Lamb. I'm the Operations Manager for the Spatial Planner team at South Tyneside Council.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you for those who've bared with us for those kind of introductory remarks. We're now going to move on in terms of the agenda for this morning. I'm now going to deal with the first matter of today. This is a standard matter for local plan examinations and where we always start from, and it's around procedural and legal requirements. I've got various people seated to my left who wish to be heard on this particular point. I've asked the council to introduce themselves. It might be helpful for those who will be watching the recordings and an opportunity to test microphones if I ask people to my left to introduce themselves. I understand it's not Councillor Ford.
No, it's not Councillor Ford. I'm Councillor David Herbert from the South Tyneside Green Party. Surely, unfortunately, Councillor Ford is ill and laid up in bed, so I've come in her stead.
Green and Dave Green, and I represent the Save the Felgate working group, the Save the Felgate Greenbelt working group, and we act on behalf of many residents, but we've compiled the majority of it in the statements that we're going to present today.
My name's Brian Hunt. I'm also part of the working group, Save the Greenbelt.
Good morning, my name's Steve Lavelle. I'm the Vice Chair of Whitburn Neighbourhood Forum. I represent the 1,127 Whitburn residents who voted in favour of the Whitburn plan, and I'm here to represent the Whitburn plan, and especially notably the sewage policy in the Whitburn plan that 94% of Whitburn residents voted in favour of.
Thank you for that. So if people have seen my agenda for this morning's session, I'm taking things slightly out of sequence, and the first issue I wanted to deal with was around the consultation that was undertaken on the plan. Having read various representations, I understand this is of concern, particularly to the Save the Felgate Working Party group and to others who are linked to that group, in terms of how the council went about consultation. I think just for the benefit of this examination hearing, my remit or role is really to focus on what happened. Unfortunately, we're going to hear a lot of technical jargon over the next few weeks. I'm afraid planning is just a minefield for jargon. But it's the area that I'm particularly focused on is what happened in January to March 2024 when the proposed submission plan was published. I appreciate there were consultation events before then, and in particular the ability of people to make representations on the plan at that stage. Whether those representations were received in time and then taken into account, because ultimately by law I am required to have regard to those representations that were duly made back in January to March 2024. It is a publication of the plan at that stage, so it's not generally a wider sort of consultation. That's a sort of technical distinction. If I can turn to the Council in the first instance, please, and it's my Matters and Issues question 1.1. I think the Council, you direct me to the various regulations, which I've just briefly outlined, your statement of community involvement in terms of how the Council was going to consult and engage with people, and then what's known as the Regulation 22 statement. This is on the website, it's document sub 8. In terms of how you looked at the kind of various responses that were received. I think my question to the Council is it reasonable for the Council to say that when preparing the plan, it met the legal requirements enabling duly made representations to be made? Is it Mrs. Lamb?
Yes, I think the Council is confident that the consultation was undertaken in compliance with the regulations and in accordance with the Statement of Community Involvement that the Council produces, which sets out how consultations are to take place for the local plan. I think the key points to look at in terms of the Statement of Community Involvement and how the Council undertook and acted out those points are the key paragraphs are paragraph 2.8, which sets out that the consultation period would be no longer than 6 weeks, of the Regulation 22 statement, which includes copies of the letters and emails which were sent out to all the relevant stakeholders. Paragraph 2.39 states that the Council will endeavour to promote the consultation and get people involved through social media, press and through newsletters. Again, Appendix G of the Regulation 22 statement documents the activity that was taking place in terms of social media and press release to raise awareness of the local plan consultation during that time. There was an extensive programme in terms of social media releases and also other methods to raise awareness. The next point is again relating to paragraph 2.39, which considers the use of face-to-face meetings. Again, during Regulation 19, there was 14 in-person events which took place across the 7-week consultation period. Those events included a presentation, which was followed by a question and answer session, which were taking place throughout the borough at different venues and at different times to make sure we were available as possible. Paragraph 2.4 sets out how documents will be made available. So all documents were made available on the Council's website throughout the consultation period. So that's the local plan document itself and the supporting evidence base. Hard copies of the documents were also made available for inspection at the South Shields Town Hall and Jarrow Town Hall as well for inspection, should anybody wish to see those hard documents as well. I think the Council is considered that we have undertaken the consultation in accordance with the procedures set out in the Statement of Community Involvement. Representations were accepted in all formats as long as they were a duly made representation in terms of there was a name and address on there. Representations were received either through the consultation database, through letter or for email, and they were accepted and processed as part of the consultation period.
Are you able to recall or maybe point me to at a later stage how many duly made representations the council received or accepted during that 7-week period, Mrs. Lamb?
Yes, it's in the Regulation 22 statement. I'm just searching for it now. So at Regulation 19, we received 384 individual representations, which produced a total of 1,889 comments.
Thank you. We'll now turn to others. So I'm obviously aware from reading the various statements and the comments that were made back on the plan, particularly from Mr. Green and the Save the Felgate Working Group, but also from Mr. Hunter and Karen Hunter, who've submitted statements. I think issues regarding particularly online material and the access to the website during this critical period back in early 2024, and that more generally the process to comment was difficult, that there was unclear whether alternatives to using the online system were likely to be accepted or how you could make comments other than using the online portal. And I appreciate you've provided screenshots of saying that, you know, the site could not be, or the website could not be reached. In light of those comments, if I turn to Mr. Green first, and others may wish to come in on this, are you saying that there were fundamental issues throughout the 7-week period, or were there?
There's major issues, yeah, and you know, from what I've just heard, I'll not give a Geordie expression for it, but I'll just say, you know, to me, a lot of it's continuing the way it was then. It's lip service, paying attention to the documents that they say they're on, you know, manipulating the facts to fit their own local plan. On some of the items that Deborah's just picked up on, I'll pick on these first. There was never any hard copies available because I actually went down to the town hall, and yeah, I did ask for 1,000 copies, but bear in mind this was on the morning of a meeting where we were going to have residents. Now, with our very first get together, there was 150 plus people there. Now there's 43 different statements you could have made in relation to the local plan. So if 20 people had asked for one for each of those statements, that would have come to the 1,000. Right, I'm going to make a complete statement soon, but basically, I went down to the town hall at the time stated. I had the receptionist put us on to Deborah herself, and I asked for copies. There wasn't any available. I asked if there was any available that I could pick up in Jarrow Town Hall. There wasn't any available. I asked for a copy. Now this is, I believe I've got an email which says Deborah cannot recall it. I wasn't given one, and they were never available. The only time they were available was during the public consultations. There was 1 or 2 of them, and that was it. You know, and I have got that in email. I have got evidence of that. So why Deborah's saying there was hard copies available? There never was.
So is this a case, Mr. Green, you wanted hard copies to kind of have a public meeting?
Yeah, what happened was we were having a public meeting on that night, and a lot of people were coming forward and saying they cannot get onto the website. They were having problems with it because South Tyneside Council, in their wisdom, put two there was the local plan one, and there was the Felgate Sustainable Green. You know, sorry, I'm getting mixed up with the. But basically, they were running 2 consultations at the same time. It was the one on the local plan, and it was the one on the Felgate Sustainable Felgate Sustainable. Just forgive me, growth area. Yeah. One of my issues was they were both on the Have Your Say link. And what was happening was the residents were coming to it and they were saying, you know, we can't work it out because it was so complicated, and many of them, because we got told on both of the consultations that they would be seen by the inspector, filled the wrong one in. So the reason I wanted paper copies was to sort of go through it with them and you know, just sit and chat with them. But you know, I have got it. There was never any paper hard copies available, and also, you know, would you rather I went on to my statement now, or do you want Deborah to come in on that one?
It'd probably be helpful if we kind of pick that issue up now, and then I'll come back
Right,
to you, Mr. Green. I
okay.
won't let that go, and there may be others who want to come in on this particular point as well. But I'll give the council an opportunity to respond to this issue about access to hard copies of the plan.
Yeah, so the documents that Mr. Green's referring to are actually response forms and not copies of the local plan document itself. So hard copies of the local plan document and SA were made available at South Shields Town Hall and Jarrow Town Hall as in accordance with the Statement of Community Involvement. The documents that Mr. Green requested were paper copies of response forms, which we made available on the council website to assist residents and stakeholders in making comments to the local plan. So that was a structured Word document, which was there as an alternative to using the Citizen Space platform for making representations.
So just so I'm clear, were there paper copies of kind of response forms, or was it a case that no, you had to go and look at the online form?
Yeah, we didn't make paper copies of the response forms available. Mr. Green is right that we did have some versions available at the consultation event at the Felgate, and we did have copies with us at other events which took place. But the priority was to really encourage people to make responses online through the consultation platform. But like I say, we received many different responses in many different formats, and if they were duly made, we accepted them.
So if people emailed directly or wrote to the council, they've made their way through?
Yes. So in the Regulation 22 statement, we've got a breakdown where it says 78% of representations were submitted via email, 19% were through the digital platform, and just under 2% were from hard copy responses.
Can I just pick up a second point that Mr. Green raised with the council? Is about this kind of the in combination sort of or simultaneous consultation on both the local plan and a draft of the Felgate Sustainable Growth Area supplementary planning document, whether that's potentially created some confusion that people may have responded to the supplementary planning document thinking they were responding to the local plan, and whether that's created any issues for the council.
Yes, this point was made to us early in the consultation period. So what we did, and what is set out in the Regulation 22 statement as well, is comments that were made to the scoping report consultation, which were clearly a comment to the SP8 allocation in the local plan, were also included with the comments to the local plan. So all those comments that were made to the scoping report that were relevant were also transferred across into the local plan responses as well. So all responses relevant to SP8 have been put forward in front of you through that process.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I think you wanted a further statement, please.
Yeah, I'll go on the statement. This basically go on to the IT representations that were made, because a lot of people on the Felgate estate, you know, we're all now becoming in a state of younger people, but a lot of them are people who've lived on the estate for a number of years. You know, a lot of them, you know, they've passed away, and younger families are coming on the estate, so they could have accessed the online, paper copies. But a lot of the residents were saying they couldn't do it. And as Deborah says, there was a lot of other means available, but the fact that there was 2 consultations running at the same time, there wasn't any paper copies available. I'll come on to the fact that a lot of people would have given up, you know, because they saw it in the format that was online. They couldn't understand it. As Brian will be saying soon, he'll explain about the problems that they had in the hubs. There was no way they could go into the hubs, you know, so I'll go into more into that point, you know, when I'm reading the statement. But basically, I mean, I'll start from the very time I first met Deborah and Andrew in the planning committee in Hedworth Field. We were told that we did know that this was going to happen because we'd been informed at Reg 18 stage, which I know we can only take it from Reg 19, but we were informed on that day that we already knew about it. Many residents didn't and were questioned that. We also highlighted the fact that, and we will come on to this, that, you know, when everything was put on the table, we also highlighted the flooding issues to them. And a lot of them actually seemed surprised that we had flooding issues, but we'll come into that later on in the process because there's reports that, you know, conflict with one another. There's a mass load of reports. But I will go on to this. Basically, what we think is, well, what we know is the whole Reg 18 and 19 process was very poorly communicated. And residents didn't know about it until, you know, late December 2023 when it went into the Reg 19 stage. Again, what we're saying is that, you know, there was 2 consultations running at the same time, which totally confused people. While we were at the meeting, we did ask the question to the people present, and I think there was 50, 60 people. You know, is anybody confused, and is anybody reluctant to complete the forms? And 90% of the people put their hands up and says, you know, that they were confused. Now, trying to prove this would be difficult, but the response we got back from the council was that because there was no council representatives present, we couldn't prove it. We actually had 2 South Tyneside councillors present, and I believe, unless I can be put right, they've never been asked about it. You know, they've never been asked about it. And, you know, what we've... So yeah, many of them had completed the incorrect ones. Now, the link to the draft local plan, you know, because it was never available, and Brian will talk about this, we think it does break the Equality Act, which you mentioned in Q12, I think, you know, in the public consultation, because there was actually a person sitting in Murray's Club, and she had a son who was disabled, and she says, is it not available in picture format? Now, bear in mind, this was a meeting held on February the 27th. The consultation period finished on the 3rd of March, and it was never, you know, it was never available in accessible formats. Again, we've already discussed the paper copies. There was none, so you couldn't get the paper copies. And there was also missing reports, because what had happened was, and I have got evidence to this as well, I've got FOIs, basically, we had accessed reports during the consultation period in the early stages, but were then informed that they disappeared, they basically disappeared, and we couldn't work out, we had copies, but we couldn't work out why it was taken off the website. Now, I took this to, it was initially disregarded, you know, they were saying, you know, we couldn't prove it, but it was actually a screenshot what a councillor gave us to Mr. Inch, and it disproved the fact that they were telling me that they never existed during the consultation period. It turns out, you know, after a few FOIs and taking out the complaints procedures stage 2, that it was fiction. You know, I'll read the, you know, you've got the evidence there. I believe it's appendix 12. You'll have it, the missing reports. Initially, what we're told was, and we're asked about, and there were strategic reports. There were the Felgate and Hedworth final annex, January 2018, the final SLR summary 2018, South Tyneside strategic housing land availability at the Schlaw, April 2019, and the strategic land review, Felgate 2015. Now, I'll read this word for word because we do not hold the information to the exact dates that the links to the documents on the council website were removed or which officer requested their removal. We confirm that links to the documents were removed prior to the commencement of Reg 18 in June 2022. Now, having disproved that, we knew it would be online, so what we did was we took it further. We explained about the screenshot, and it turns out that they did know when they were removed. It turns out that the Felgate and Hedworth final annex which they said was removed pre-June 2022, was removed on the 7th of March 2024. That was just after the end of the consultation period, which meant that we couldn't use comparisons when we were going to bring our case to full council. What the council put on was a local plan user-friendly one, which we call it. The others, there was the finalist on the 7th, were removed actually during the council. They're not owning up to any of it, basically. When it says that they didn't know who had removed them, it was Deborah. Deborah gave the order to have them removed whenever it was. But we stipulate that we knew they were there during the consultation period and they disappeared. Now, there was also a habitats regulation one which disappeared for a day or two, you know, which were queried at the time as well. But it was denied both, you know, when reporters went to the Shields Gazette, it was denied by the council. I think it was Councillor Melling. And it was totally fabricated. We believe what they told. But in relation to the number of complaints, we were initially told that there wasn't any, you know, because we knew there was. We had people on Facebook, they were going, you know, for a Geordie expression, doing their nuts. They were telling us we have complained. We got, the very first FOI we got was, read it word for word, there have been 0 complaints in relation to accessibility. That was the very first one we got. They were in total denial. And then when we took it further, it turns out that we managed to get it up to 11. You know, there was 11 complaints made. There was no records held on the people who rang up via the telephone, you know, so they've got no records there, which was convenient. And then it says the number of complaints made directly to staff in the STC hubs was 0. Now, Brian will come in there, you know, because there was more. I mean, I'd appreciate if, when Brian's finished, if I could come in a little bit later on. Is that okay? Right, okay, thanks. Brian, give it you.
So can I just ask Mr Green, I will hear next from Ms Hunton, and I think probably come back to the council in terms of some of the points that have been raised. I was referred to earlier that there have been 14 in-person events held during the January to March period, 2024 to this local plan. Were any of those in-person events held within the Felgate
I believe
area?
there was. I mean, Deborah put us right in this. Was 2? Yeah, it was 2. Okay. Yeah, and it was, yeah. Because we actually attended one. We attended them. Sorry, that's still on. It should be, yeah. We actually attended one, and we couldn't believe what we were hearing about the lack of knowledge of the Felgate estate, you know, which will come up later on in the consultation, the flooding, the traffic. We couldn't believe that there was vagueness. You know, it's...
Okay, well, we'll come on to, I mean, Felgate will be discussed at various hearing sessions and in a lot more detail next week as well. But if I can turn then to Mr Hunter, and I appreciate there's further points here, I think really around the online accessibility and the hubs.
The only thing is my experience of trying to have my say on the draft local plan. I find South Tyneside Council failed to provide computer access in its hubs for the residents of South Tyneside. During the consultation period, I tried many times to have my say on the draft local plan. On the 29th of February 24, staff at Hebden Library attempted to rectify the problem. They shut down the system for some time, but it didn't have any effect. Again, on the 3rd of March 24, staff at South Shields Library couldn't rectify the problem because the IT department wasn't home till the Monday, but that was after the closing date. Apparently, there was a missing code preventing access to the website. I don't really know what that means, but if it was missing, I can't understand why it wasn't rectified on the 29th, and why wasn't the site tested before the consultation period. I wasn't aware of any hard copies at that time, so I just continued. Regarding the plan, I found the plan was extremely difficult to navigate and a complex piece of work. South Tyneside Council said it had to be so to make it robust and fit for purpose, which is fair enough. But with that in mind, how can you expect the general public, who've never been confronted with this kind of legislation, to fully understand it and give an informed opinion? Apparently, to help South Tyneside Council provide accessible versions of key documents, interactive mapping facilities, and documents accessed via the Spatial Planning Department. Now, to me, that only confused the matter more for me personally. On the 11th hour, I did manage to get a reply to the draft local plan. If it wasn't for the encouragement and guidance of the family and friends, I would have given up. I found this so difficult and exhausting process, I was ready to give up on that. And that's all I've got to say on the matter.
Thank you for that, Mr. Hunter. I mean, I think certainly as part of, so I'm mindful I got the statement from Karen Hunter, in addition to the representations, so the screenshots there of, saying, the website, the site can't be reached. Is it your submission to me that was a persistent issue during the whole 6 weeks, or was it a temporary thing, or what?
Oh, yes. Initially, I would go onto the site on my own, and I just put that down to my lack of computer knowledge. As the weeks went by, as I spoke to colleagues and friends, they said, no, it should be working, because I think some of the people had used the computers at home, but I was using the computers at the hubs, at the libraries, and that's where the problem was.
Thank you. And turn to the council, and I'll come back to you, Mr. Green, once I've heard from the council on a couple of the points that have been raised there. I think from the council's perspective, what I'm keen to understand is this issue around whether documents were available. I appreciate documents are updated, updated versions are regularly produced during plan making, so whether there's sort of a legitimate issue there, or whether there is something more fundamental I need to be concerned about missing documentation. And then this a second issue around online accessibility, and whether there were genuine issues during the 7-week period, or whether from the council's perspective, no, the online system was always available during that seven weeks, and there were no issues that prevented people from making representations within that period.
Okay, yes, so starting with the documents that Mr. Green has referred to, those documents were the Strategic Land Review documents, which were first published in 2018. Now, those documents were removed initially from the council website in June 2022 ahead of the Regulation 18 consultation that was taking place, as those documents no longer formed part of the evidence base for that document. So the removal of old evidence-based documents ahead of a new consultation taking place is not uncommon practice. It's to make sure that all the relevant documents are available and avoids confusion in terms of what documents residents and stakeholders should be looking at in terms of looking at that document. So the decision to remove those documents, like I said, took place in 2022. However, it came to light during the consultation period in 2024 that if you Googled the South Tyneside Strategic Land Review, the pages were still live and searchable. So, and this is how that came to our attention during that time. So the documents were left on the council website, being live and searchable until after the consultation period ended. And then the decision was made to remove them from the web page totally at that point. Like I say, because they did not form part of the evidence base for the Regulation 19 local plan. Now, those documents have all been submitted as part of the submission of the local plan as previous stages section of the local plan process, so they are available now on the council's website and there for everybody to access.
Thank you. And the second point around the kind of continuity of sort of online access.
Yes, so as far as the council is aware, the access to the local plan web pages, which held all the documents, the local plan and the evidence pages, were always available throughout the consultation period. Now, we are aware of the issues that Mr. Hunter has raised, and that specifically relates to the Citizen Space consultation platform. There was an issue accessing that only through the library computers at the community hubs. Now, as far as we were aware from our IT department, they have told us that there was a configuration issue with it, and it had something to do with the library computers classing the website platform as being external, and therefore it was restricting access. And I say this didn't come to our attention until after the consultation had ended. Now I know there was the issue on the 29th of February, but at the same time as that complaint was sort of raised to us, there was network issues at the council as well at the same time. So we were told by our web team at that time that any issues were probably likely to be down to those wider network issues. So it wasn't made aware to us until after the consultation period. But I have to say that Citizen Space has been used by the council on a number of occasions for public consultation. We use it for Regulation 18 and also been used by other council departments for public consultation, and this issue has never been raised to any member of the council. So this was, like I say, a surprise to us when this came through.
Is there any evidence from the council of any representations having been made through the Citizen Space kind of mechanism, or is...
Yes, so as I mentioned earlier in the Regulation 22 statement, just on 20% of representations came through the digital platform.
So just when you say digital platform, so I think what I want to understand is whether anybody going to a hub or facility within the South Tyneside area could have made representations via that. If they didn't have access to a computer at home, they could go to a hub or a library or somewhere and make representations, or whether the IT, for whatever reason, because of configuration issues or whatever it was, prevented that from happening.
Yes, so the making access through the digital platform on library computers, there would have been an issue in making representations in that way.
Thank you. And from the council's perspective, when I go back to look at the statement of community involvement, and there'll be a statement of representations procedure, were people encouraged to use those hubs, and that as a way of making
Not necessarily the hubs. People were encouraged to use the digital platform, but through the, like I say, the council website and through the presentations and events that we took place, we said that representations could be made in any form. Like I say, we've taken emails, letters, any means of representation. It wasn't just the digital platforms that representations did not have to purely be made through there. It was just another option to help people make representations, but like I say, it was not the only way to do that.
Thank you. Before I will bring in Mr. Green again. So for Mr. Hunter, from your experience and then the frustration of not being able to use or having issues with the hub and the IT, I mean, did you obviously you've made representations on the plan, so you found a way through. Did you raise these issues with the council during the 7-week period?
We raised it with the staff at Hebben and at South Shields, at the Word and the Hebben Hub. The staff at the Hub could access the website on their computers, but not on the public computers.
Mr. Green, I think you wanted to come back in on this.
Yeah, there's a few things there. I'm just chatting to Brian there. Although he says he did, you know, highlight again on the 29th. That was that after you came back off your holidays?
The third was
Cause,
after we came back.
yeah, because there was a number of times he actually raised it with the staff, within the hubs, and the response was, well, it's working fine on ours. No, I'm not in IT. We've got an IT specialist here, but I'm not into it. So it must have been is it the internet where it was working on the staff computers, but on the public computers it never worked throughout the entirety of the consultation period. Now going on to the Quality Act, I mean, you know, my wife and I we've taught and we've supported people with ASD, learning disabilities, mental health problems, and you know, if they want to go into a hub, a lot of them, you know, have solace from going into the hubs and going on the computers. Now, if they went into the computers during the consultation period to make a representation, and they couldn't get on, the majority of them, in my opinion, wouldn't go to the staff, approach them and say, have you got a paper copy, or can you fix this for us? They'd walk out. Now, as a result of that, what I put to the council was, you know, when they finally admitted to it, which was I believe it was early May, when they finally admitted that there had been a problem, I put to them, you know, so up until March the 4th, an unknown amount of residents wanting to provide responses to the draft local plan, who did not have personal access to IT within their home, were unable to do so in all South Tyneside hubs. Now, you know, Deborah says there was, I can't remember how many representations were made, but to me, the amount of people who weren't able to make their representations is a result of that IT error, and it was a convenient one that it just so happened to be during the local plan, in my opinion. You know, weren't able to make any representations at all, so there could have been a lot more representations made, you know, hypothetically, by people who were wanting to get on the hubs but couldn't as a result of this IT error. You know, and like I say, it was denied up until, I mean, it was denied to the reporters of the Shields Gazette, and they only owned up to it when it went to stage 2 or 3. I can't remember. I put a lot in of the complaints process. That's the only time they owned up to it. And in relation to the reports, I didn't Google them. We didn't Google them. We didn't put those reports into Google. We put it into the South Tyneside website, and we were directed again. We'll have a screenshot as evidence. That's, you know, one of the senior planners, it stated that it was still available. The link was still available at that time on the South Tyneside College website. We did not Google it. And look, as I say, the only way we got them was by asking Deborah and, you know, Mr. Inch to give links, but a lot of them were already had because we'd accessed them during the consultation period. I mean, why would we access them before the consultation period when we knew nothing about it anyway? We did it after January the 15th, 2024, and they disappeared. You know, and again, I'll go on to it. What it is, what it stopped with comparing the old reports, which highlight, which will go on in SP8, the traffic problems, the flooding problems, to the user-friendly ones, where all of a sudden we'll go from being flooded to you've got no flooding and no surface water. Now again, we're going to that on SP8, but those reports that were removed, we could have, you know, you correlated them, and we could have had a better argument. I mean, luckily we did have the copies, but the council removed them. You know, it's, yeah.
Thank you. I will follow up on the issue of documents because it's also been raised by other people, but before I just move away from the issue of the ability to make duly made representations, as I say, I'll look back carefully over the statement of representations procedure and come to a view around how significant this issue around hub accessibility has been within the wider ability of people to make representations, bearing in mind how many comments are before me. Is there anything final that the council wants to say around the consultation process that isn't already within your Matter 1 statements?
Don't think there's anything else we can add objectively when it comes to user experience. We have the evidence before the examination, but the key issue is whether or not in fact that hub experience has actually affected people's as actually prejudiced anyone in particular, of which there is no particular evidence before this examination. In other words, people have been able to make representations by a number of means.
I mean, one of the points that's been raised is, I think by Mr. Hunter and others, I mean, it's a general point, I get this at a number of plan examinations, and an issue I referred to a moment ago around planning is jargonistic. It is very difficult if you're not dealing with it on a day-to-day basis to kind of, I'm afraid, like a lot of professions, we unfortunately slip into our own language, shorthand. It makes sense to us as planners, but I can understand, and from the outside, people who don't deal with this on a day-to-day basis, you're probably thinking, what on earth is going on? What does this all mean? As part, I sort of emphasised at the start, obviously this is a publication of a plan. It's not, at this stage, a widespread consultation. But from the council's perspective, were there any kind of measures or efforts you took as part of the drop-in sessions or other opportunities to kind of help people navigate what understandably is a very can be a very technical process with numerous documents and other things going on?
Yes, of course. So during the consultation events themselves, obviously we made efforts to explain the process, explain what the plan was, what the plan was intended to do, how the consultation process works, specifically around Regulation 19, where there's specific points that need to be addressed in terms of representations which are made. We set out how to make representations, and obviously the council officers were there to answer questions after those presentation sessions at those events, but also, you know, we were there to respond to emails and queries throughout the whole consultation process. I think also, if you know, Appendix H of the Regulation 22 statement, there is a Regulation 19 representation guidance note that we produced, which sets out again some more detail about how to submit a representation to the Regulation 19 local plan. It provides links to the digital platform, but also quite clearly states that we would accept other forms of representations as well, again, as long as they were duly made, so had personal details, etc. We also produced FAQs as well, which are on the website. So there were efforts made by the council to try and make this as straightforward as possible. Appreciate the local plan is a technical document, and the evidence base behind that also is technical as well. So, but I think we did make efforts to try and make that as user-friendly as possible.
I do want to pick up the issue raised by Mr. Green on documents. Is there anything further on just the general approach to consultation, Mr. Green, or before I move on to documents in particular and access to documents?
No, just highlighting the fact that it did disappear during the, during or just after the consultation period. But there's just, I'm astounded that, the QC there, King's Council, is stated that how can he's made an assumption that it didn't affect the amount of representations. On the other spectrum, how many could it have affected? So it's got to balance up. And as I say, there'll be a lot of people went into them hubs and weren't able to access it. Now, again, going back to what Deborah was saying, how to submit it. If you go back to the slides, I don't think the slides ever mentioned, but I don't even know whether it's actually mentioned during the presentation, paper copies. I know there was one or two available there, but one of the ways that you directed people to submit their representations was it's widely available in the hubs. And the point I'm trying to make is it wasn't. It was never available. So the council, it's a complex local plan. There's two consultations running at the same time. People aren't very IT literate, so they would have went into the hubs and maybe asked the staff what the problem was, as Brian did, and he thought it was him. And they didn't stand a chance, and they made the assumption that it didn't affect the representations. I think I don't that's correct, because you cannot determine how many it did or did not affect. And I know that works both ways, but yeah.
Thank you. And I understand the point that's being made, so I'm going to go away and reflect on that further based on what I've heard this morning. In terms of the issue around documentation and documents being available, Mr. Green is not alone. I think others have also similarly made statements and representations around the extent to which documents were available. I hope I'm pronouncing their name correctly. Is it Jean Eckert? Has made various kind of submissions again around availability of documents during this January to March process, and the issue of documents then subsequently becoming available after the publication of the plan back in that January-March period. I think her issue was really around the open space evidence, which we'll come on to in other sessions. I think we'll give the council, we've talked about the timing of documents and appreciating evidence base is a moving feast and it is being updated. But in terms of just the general point about when documents were available and can a conclusion reasonably be reached that at the time the plan was published, all relevant material that informed the preparation of that version of the plan was also available and sat alongside that consultation if people did want to go in and look at a specific technical area.
Yes, so when the local plan was published for consultation, all the technical documents that we had available at that time were also made available on the website alongside that. I think the document that is referred to in the hearing statements is the plain pitch strategy, which had not been finalised by the time the Regulation 19 consultation had begun. So the plain pitch strategy, we began updating that in 2022. So obviously the first stages of undertaking a plain pitch strategy are the assessments, so they took place first during 2022 and spring 2023. There were delays in terms of receiving comments from stakeholders, which meant that the subsequent strategy document which sat alongside that was not available and was not signed off in time for the Regulation 19 consultation taking place. However, there were advanced drafts of the document available to the council which helped us inform the local plan preparation as far as we could at that point. The plain pitch strategy was finally signed off later in 2024. Again, that was after the consultation period had ended, and therefore the document was made available publicly as part of the submission documents when the plan was submitted in March.
Thank you. So for those who've got a particular interest in the playing pitch provision and open space provision within the borough, they may have made representations, but it'll be through this examination process that they'll be able to comment further or make further statements on that that material. Okay. So even if the council had submitted on the original timeline of September last year, it would have been a case that the playing pitch strategy would still have followed and would still have fed into the examination process. Okay. Going to shortly take a mid-morning break. Are there any final points people wish to raise on the consultation that was undertaken? Mr. Green.
Could I just raise the fact that, you know, Deborah's mentioned the data consultation, the database, the local plan consultation database. Were questions, you know, how many notifications were actually made between January, I believe it was January 27th, when the council indicated that they were going to extend the consultation period for, you know, another week. Between then and I think it was about a year later, how many representations, well, you know, how much information was actually put onto this database by the council, and there wasn't any. You know, so I mean, the local plan had been rejected in September, and Deborah put us right on this. The only one that was ever made prior to the local plan going to examination in public, to my knowledge, I mean, there might have been some beforehand, was one, and that was on January the 27th, 2024. Now, there was nothing on that database, as far as I'm aware, between then and right up to when this local plan went to public examination. You know, and Deborah may be able to put us right on that. It might have been just prior to that, but to my knowledge, and they'll be able to come up with the data, there wasn't any put on. You know, so there was no. It was useless. It was useless.
Okay, I think as I set out at the start of this session today, I mean, I understand the background to this and the timing that's resulted in why we're sitting in this room today. So I'll give the council an opportunity to respond, but I'm not surprised that there's kind of been a lag between people being notified early in 2024 about the proposed plan, and then subsequently the period of time that's elapsed before being notified about this examination process starting. Just so I can be clear from the council's perspective, in terms of when you went out to the Regulation 19 plan, the proposed submission plan in January 2024, I think you said at the start, Mrs. Lamb, that the council notified everybody that was kind of on its database. This might be a bit of an unfair question. I mean, just general scale of that database, where kind of people, how do you kind of pick up people to be on that database to then notify them about the plan?
Yes, so people are on the consultation database if they've made previous representations to the plan, so Regulation 18, or if they've requested to be added to the consultation database to be kept informed of the local plan process. So when the Regulation 19 consultation took place, we actually sent out, I do have this. It is in the Reg 22 statement. There was a total of 1,034 letters were sent out and 2,788 emails were sent out across that database.
Thank you. And presumably there's also a role for individual councillors in their area to liaise with communities on the local plan and other matters in terms of getting the word out that there's a consultation, or?
Yes, so as well as the specific local plan consultation events, there was also presentations taken to community area forums, which take place across the borough as well, which members do attend. So the presentation that was given at the specific local plan events, but also given at those meetings as well.
Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to take a mid-morning break now for around about 15 minutes. So by the power of Microsoft, it's telling me it's 11:20. So if people can be please back in this room, if you're staying for the rest of this morning's session, at 25 to 12, and then we'll resume the discussion and I'll be moving on to duty to cooperate. Thank you. It's gone 25 to 12, so I'd like to resume, please, if people can come back to the table. Thank you. And as indicated before, we took that mid-morning adjournment. I want to now move on in terms of the agenda to the issue of the duty to cooperate, which is item 3 on my agenda. In terms of just briefly setting the context for this is a separate but nonetheless important legal requirement for plan preparation in terms of whether there's been sort of ongoing constructive and effective dialogue with various bodies who are identified under the duty to cooperate, particularly in relation to neighbouring authorities. And we'll probably have some brief overlap in terms of this discussion as to what we'll then be picking up under matter 4 on Greenbelt in terms of the degree to which the council look to others in terms of meeting housing need and employment need before looking at the Greenbelt. But under the wider umbrella of the legal duty to cooperate, as people have seen, the council has submitted a duty to cooperate statement. There are various statements of common ground with various duty to cooperate bodies. But my first sort of question to the council, picking up my MIQs, is whether South Tyneside should have taken a more proactive approach, particularly on the matter of housing needs, and engaged more extensively with neighbouring authorities in terms of their capacity or ability to exist. I think none of the neighbouring authorities now are saying to South Tyneside, you've not met the duty. But I wonder if the council would like to kind of pick up the point that maybe it could have tried harder or pushed harder with its neighbours in terms of trying to meet those particular needs in terms of, I don't know, the frequency of which you've kind of met with your neighbouring authorities and the degree to which you've kind of discussed some of these potential cross-boundary matters, please.
I'm going to ask Mr. Clifford to introduce himself and to address that question initially.
My name is Matt Clifford and I led on the duty to cooperate statement. So I think the first thing to point out is that as set out in the duty to cooperate statement, once it became clear that the council would not be able to meet its objectively assessed need for housing without the alteration of Greenbelt boundaries, the council wrote to neighbouring authorities in May 2018 asking whether they would be able to assist in meeting housing needs. May 2022, the council wrote again to neighbouring authorities asking whether they would be able to assist in meeting housing and or economic development needs. And appendices 1 to 5 of the duty to cooperate statement set out the responses from Gateshead, Sunderland and North Tyneside councils over the period 2018 to 2022. And the information is also set out comprehensively in an addendum to the duty to cooperate statement. All the responses from each council state they will not be able to assist in meeting South Tyneside's development needs. The council has also signed statements of common ground with Gateshead, Sunderland, North Tyneside and Newcastle councils, in each of which the council states that they will not be able to assist in meeting South Tyneside's development needs. So we've, written to the authorities concerned. They've responded by stating they cannot assist. There have also been informal discussions, and there's various forums, such as heads of planning and so forth, whereby if an authority was in a position to assist, they could indicate that.
Thank you. And in terms of some of the representations, there's a perception or a view in particular that Sunderland could have assisted. I think a kind of a view that there's, I think in various representations, you know, there's plenty of brownfield land or previously developed land in Sunderland. Why couldn't Sunderland have assisted the process? I appreciate you're not Sunderland Council, but as you say, Mr. Clifford, they've entered into a statement of common ground to say that they can't assist. Is that correct?
That is correct. We've written, I think, at least twice to Sunderland, so we've had at least 2 formal responses from Sunderland, and there've also been informal discussions, framework and the new standard method. Their own housing requirements has increased quite considerably. So I don't think it's realistic that Sunderland could contribute to meeting South Tynesyde's need. And as far as their brownfield resource is concerned, I assume that they've taken that into consideration in terms of their responses.
Thank you. And just to assist me and sort of my sort of geography, I appreciate the Duty to Cooperate statement has a helpful kind of map in it that kind of shows South Tyneside in relation to neighbouring authorities. But in terms of those authorities that immediately adjoin South Tyneside, are they all in a similar position to South Tyneside, where it's a case of it's either existing urban area, built-up area, and green belt? Are they similarly constrained?
Certainly, Sunderland and Gateshead are similarly constrained. I'm not familiar with the green belt situation in North Tyneside and Newcastle.
Thank you. If I can turn to others. So I appreciate South Tyneside Green Party have made, if we go back to your original representations, Councillor Herbert, I think your party has the view that more could have been done in terms of liaising with neighbouring authorities. I mentioned Sunderland in particular, in terms of meeting some of South Tyneside's development requirements.
That's true. I appreciate it's difficult when other local authorities just give a blank refusal, but I think the reasons for that should be probed more. Why? So should be asking more detail about their situation. You're right about planning and being a very difficult subject to, as a lay person, to get your head around. So I've looked at the sort of guidance you can get from the government, and the guidance to plan making is in there. It says strategic policy making authorities are required to cooperate with each other. So that seems a very onerous duty to cooperate. And the National Planning Policy Framework, NPPF, I'll refer to that as later, sets out that these authorities should produce, maintain, and update one or more statements of common ground. And it gives various criteria that they expect to see in a statement of common ground. One of those is the key strategic matters being addressed by the statement, for example, meeting the housing needs of the area. We mentioned air quality, but I would sort of add on industry, wastewater, transport, health provision, the green belt. There's been other areas that should be contained within such a statement. A lot of those areas were not addressed in the area of common ground statement. And look, further on the guidance says inspectors will expect to see that strategic policy making authorities have addressed key strategic matters through effective joint working and not deferred them to subsequent plan updates. Where strategic policy making authority claims it has reasonably done all that it can to deal with matters interpret as being unable to secure the cooperation necessary. For example, if another authority will not cooperate or agreements cannot be reached, this should not prevent the authority from submitting a plan for examination. However, the authority will need to submit comprehensive and robust evidence of the efforts that is made to cooperate and any outcomes achieved. Now, I think citing a couple of letters and blank refusals is not robust and comprehensive information to justify not pursuing it further. Looking at the statements, it's more of a consultation than a statement of common strategy. It goes on to say where the comprehensive and robust evidence is effort it has made to cooperate. So looking at Sunderland City Council in particular, as you've mentioned, they have in their 2020 local plan identified that they can. Now, this is despite when you look at the ONS projections for housing requirement, they can produce in excess of 10,000 houses above that requirement. You've also got a city where the population has fallen recently, and it's projected to only to rise by 1 or 2% in the coming years. So, looking at the population growth as well, they seem to have a lot of houses that go beyond what they really need, given those predictions. So it would have been better for, at the outset, to have had a joint strategic housing market assessment, SMAR, as I think they call it. In the guidance, it advises that housing needs should be assessed on a housing market area. So that implies that several authorities would be, whether interlinked, such as Sunderland and South Shields in many areas. So in most cases that will cover more than one local planning area. Even if your neighbours within the SMAR are enabled or unwilling to work jointly on developing the evidence base, your housing needs should still be based on that strategic geography. So it seems to imply that South Tyneside could have done a SMAR for the region or the neighbouring authorities as well to justify what they're doing. And surely Sunderland City Council would have been involved in this SMAR, as due to its close proximity, shared employment and leisure links, a joint sewage system, close transport links. They've got a merged hospital service. The two hospitals of South Tyneside and Sunderland are merged, and there's an interplay between the both on a frequent basis. And I live on the main road between the two, and I can attest that by a number of blue light ambulances that go past my house. They also share a common greenbelt boundaries, which come into play in South Tyneside's local plan, particularly in Town End Farm, Clevedon Village as well. Gateshead similarly joins South Tyneside along the Tyne corridor, and they stated in their response to the request from South Tyneside that they had supply, surplus land supply, is equivalent to 1,746 dwellings. So how they can say they can't help, and that wouldn't be further probed by South Tyneside, I don't know. That's sort of 5 times what South Tyneside's yearly requirement would be. 300 a year. So I would attest that the lack of a SMAR covering the local authorities has failed to provide the information that would be necessary to try and persuade these local governments, neighbouring, to cooperate. And as I said earlier, it said it's a requirement. Was this pointed out to them? That is a requirement under the government guidance. So I've looked at the Planning Advisory Service guidance on local plans, and they talk about being robust, determined and dogged in trying to get that cooperation, because it's vital if you're going to have a strategic planning system that is meaningful, and it can only be done with a collaboration of linking local authorities. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I'll hear from others and then I'll come back to the council. So I think Mr. Green as well, I think you've raised comments as well under the duty to cooperate. And
Yeah, I just feel that, you know, that there is a lot of excess without going into the green belts. And I believe that, you know, the duty to cooperate with Sunderland and North Tyneside councils hasn't been fully looked into, because I have the responses from each of the councils state in post sub 9 that they'll be able to assist comprehensively in meeting South Tyneside development needs. Sorry, they'll not be able to assist, but if that's looked into further, I think maybe there is a possibility is the areas are available without infringing on the green belt. I'll come back. Yeah, yeah.
okay, thank you. So if I come back to the council, please, Mr. Clifford is going to assist on this. So again, it's the submission that the council again should have pushed harder, particularly with Sunderland, and the sort of the points that have been raised to me that there's potentially strong kind of commonalities between South Tyneside and Sunderland in particular that may have warranted either joint evidence base. I don't think Councillor Herbert talked about joint plan preparation necessarily, but there are a number of kind of cross-boundary issues which he feels were not either picked up in the statement of common ground or sufficiently kind of, I think in his words, probed by South Tyneside in terms of what Sunderland was telling you. I appreciate statements of common ground are part of the evidence jigsaw, but presumably there are other things going on outside of that statement of common ground process.
Yes, well, can I firstly just pick up the point about the statements of common ground and their content? I would just point out that they covered the key strategic matters between each authority. I would also point out that we're not reliant upon them in terms of demonstrating the duty to cooperate. In the duty to cooperate statement, there's a section, the duty with each authority, and there's also scheduled meetings. So there's quite a lot of evidence as to the extent of duty to cooperate liaison. In terms of joint working with Sunderland, the councillor quite rightly pointed out we've got we've got the Town End Farm allocation, which is right on the boundary. We have had several meetings with Sunderland to discuss cross-boundary issues in relation to that, such as planning for school places and so forth. And in terms of strategic housing market assessment, I didn't lead on that for the council, so I'm not overly familiar with it, but my understanding is that there was an element of the consultants who worked on it, who were ARC4, they did do an element of sort of cross-boundary working, of looking at the wider market in relation to Sunderland.
Just pause there. Just pausing there. So if you go to the duty to cooperate statement and go to paragraph 2.7 under the subtitle housing, that's a fair summary of the various consultants' conclusions on the various housing market areas which exist. And although when one looks at the helpful plan which shows the juxtaposition of the authorities, one would be quite surprised in reading 2.7 as to the self-containment of the various areas in terms of the market housing areas. And for those who've not had the opportunity to read it or would like to know what it says, very briefly, the various schmas concluded that South Tyneside is an appropriate market area for local plan policy making. Sunderland can be considered to represent an appropriate housing market area, so again, a discrete one, albeit there is some overlap. County Durham is an appropriate housing market area. Gateshead and Newcastle share a housing market area, and Newcastle is also part of a housing market area with North Tyneside. North Tyneside is part of a wider housing market area that includes Newcastle and Northumberland, and Northumberland can be described as a largely self-contained housing market area. So those are the market area dynamics.
Thank you.
Yes, I would reinforce that, and I would also reiterate what I said earlier, which is we have the various duty to cooperate mechanisms, and Sunderland have indicated very clearly that they are not in a position to assist, and we have to assume that they are familiar with their own situation in coming to that view. They're professional planners. We have to assume that they know their own area better than anybody else, and that they're able to express an informed opinion.
And in terms of sort of the various mechanisms and ways in which kind of cooperation can occur in this part of the world, so there's obviously individual meetings, authority to authority. I think, Mr. Clifford, you referred to, there's obviously wider groups where planners from constituent authorities get together on a regular basis. Is there anything else going on a wider, I'll call it a sub-regional basis, as that's the direction of travel we're going in terms of either the sort of wider bodies?
Yes, there are wider bodies which deal with cooperation, such as the Local Enterprise Partnership. You've got the North East Combined Authority, so forth. There's various working groups that deal with different issues, such as aggregates working, and then there's general planning and policy working groups. So these are groups which deal with a whole range of planning matters.
Thank you. I mean, we'll look at obviously looking at housing need tomorrow, and I'll probably come back to the issue of the appropriateness of South Tyneside as a housing market area. One of the issues that Councillor Herbert referred to on a sort of a cross-boundary basis was the sewer system. Now, we're going to come back to this at various points, certainly this week. Just on a very high-level basis, obviously parts of South Tyneside link into Sunderland in terms of the sewer network, and ultimately to the Hendon treatment works. Was there any kind of discussion, to advise in terms of as a strategic matter between the two authorities? I appreciate you have statements of common ground with the Environment Agency, Northumbrian Water, Natural England on a raft of things, but was wastewater treatment, can you recall an issue raised or discussed with Sunderland specifically?
It has been certainly discussed. Wastewater issues form part of dialogue with Sunderland, yes.
Thank you. And that's obviously, I'll be looking to the addendum and the duty to cooperate statement as the evidence for that dialogue with Sunderland?
Whether it's been formally recorded in duty to cooperate discussions, I'm not able to say off the top of my head, sir. I do certainly, I'm aware it has been discussed. May have just been informally, I'm not sure.
Okay, thank you for that. We'll come back to this issue, no doubt, at various discussions, but just on the duty to cooperate specifically, is it? I was going to come to Mr. Green because you obviously raise in your statement specifically around whether Felgate has been appropriately treated as a strategic matter. I mean, it is a strategic policy. It's policy SP8, so it's a strategic matter. I think your view is it hasn't been.
Can I come back in? I've got it together now.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, basically, you see Felgate, and I will refer to Felgate because it's on the boundary with Gateshead. It's on the boundary with Sunderland. So forgive us if it's going to be cross-referenced with the issues later on. But basically, the statement of common grounds, Gateshead clearly highlights in their statements severe concerns about the Whitemare Pool infrastructure, the road infrastructure. Now, a lot of it is based around the A184, which approaches the Whitemare Pool roundabout from the left and heads across to Gateshead. Now, they're going to be putting a lot of construction into there. But there's very little mention of the A194 from Whitemare Pool, which leads into Felgate, which is part of Gateshead as well. They've raised it on numerous occasions, and nobody knows who's going to pay for it anyway. It amasses to millions of pounds. I think one part of it's 40 million. And the other statements are, in the statement of common ground, they've mentioned a metro station which would be built between Pilo and Felgate because it's a long stretch. Now, according to recent government funding, that's now not going to go ahead. They're going to proceed into Washington. So they have mentioned it, but I think it was more an aspiration in the hope that it was going to be built, which they've mentioned it, which would go well for the local plan. But there's now to my knowledge, there's no funding now available for it. Now, the other issues are you've got statement of common grounds with Northumbrian Water. Now, am I okay mention this, or will I have to wait until...
Mention it now because it is a duty to cooperate statement of common ground. What
you've got is the main discharges of water from any planned development on Felgate would be into the local burns, and the actual sewage infrastructure would go to, I believe it's Howden. Now I've got information here, in relation to Howden, and personally I wouldn't place any emphasis on the statement of common ground. I mean, in relation to Northumbrian Water, because of there's been press issues related to what's going on, but there's consistently sewage discharges. These are the new 2024 figures. I mean, in Wagonway alone, there were spills 179 times for 2,946 hours. Now, they're constantly open. I mean, a couple of days ago, they were opened and there was very little rain, so the capacity, I believe, isn't there. That's the one with Northumbrian Water. Now, there is also, just bear with us, the infrastructure delivery plan. I know I've mentioned, the Million Metro Station, but there's although Gateshead it went on a lot about Whitemare Pool, again, there's nothing mentioned further down the line, and there doesn't appear to be anything at all to do with Mill Lane roundabout. That's it, I think. Right, yeah, and they've also, this is to do with, again, the Whitemare Pool junction. They've raised concerns that, close to Wardley Colliery, that they have done the systematic traffic data service. I don't get it. I don't know what the exact name of it is, but what they've highlighted, however, it's assumed the figures have been based on a generic B2B use extracted from TRIX, which is the survey program, and experience with the likes of Follingsby. Follingsby, if you don't know the area, there's a big industrial estate to the left of Whitemare Pool. And what they've says is, you know, that it would suggest that the reality could be very different from the generic approach. So basically, I believe what they're saying in that is they've looked at all of this data on computer, but in reality, it won't work. You know, yeah. And that's it. So yeah.
Okay. Thank you. I think, as I said, Mr. Green, from your statement, I think your view is Felgate hasn't been sufficiently considered as part of these kind of discussions with Gateshead, other bodies. We're going to be looking at wastewater, as I say, at various sessions.
You see, I'm concerned that I'll go into the discussions that we're going to have later on in the thing, but it's been totally excluded. I mean, everything's been excluded. You know, I think I went back to where we went to the very first initial meeting during the consultation period, where, you know, the council didn't seem aware of the major traffic issues, they weren't aware of the major flooding issues, and I think it's been totally overlooked by the likes of Sunderland, Gateshead, and in particular South Tyneside. You know, and we're stuck right in the middle because we're right on all of the boundaries. You know, yeah. I mean, in relation to traffic surveys, there is data now available, which was carried out in March, which the council haven't given out yet, and it's, you know, we have asked for this since January the 6th for them to highlight the traffic issues, you know, which would be relevant to different authorities, but we were due to have it discussed at the next CAF meeting, which obviously is this week. The next CAF meeting is this week, and we were told, you know, that it was going to be on the agenda, but now for some reason it's not. You know, so we feel it's because these meetings are going on, and the information that would have been given out on January the 10th would be detrimental to the local planner and would actually highlight the traffic issues that are actually in this area. But the council, I mean, I have asked them, and they did, you know, I was given the thumbs up that it would be in these CAF meetings that are going to be taking place very soon, but it's been taken off, it hasn't been put on the agenda, so it's going to go for another 6 weeks.
Thank you. Well, we will come back to transport next week when we look at Felgate. There's a big item on the agenda for that. If I can just turn to the council then, please, and it's under my agenda, item 3A, part 2. I think it picks up part of what Mr. Green is saying about the consideration of Felgate as a strategic matter. And obviously, I'm mindful that when the plan was published in early 2024, Gateshead Council raised various representations, including under the duty to cooperate. Obviously, time has passed, and ultimately, Gateshead have signed a statement of common ground. I think probably without going into too much of the detail, because I want to discuss transport around Felgate in more detail next week. But I don't know if Mr. Clifford or somebody else could just outline how you went about kind of addressing the points that Gateshead had raised, perhaps within this kind of wider umbrella that, you know, the impacts of Felgate are not being discussed with neighbouring authorities. Perhaps they are, and now they're being sort of worked to resolution.
I think the first point I would make is, you know, we didn't specifically focus on Felgate because obviously it's an allocation in South Tyneside. So what Gateshead's concerns were the impacts on the wider traffic network, and particularly obviously in Gateshead. But obviously the allocation land south of Felgate will contribute to those concerns. So we had a series of meetings with Gateshead, and as a result of those meetings, without going through all the detail, we commissioned further modelling to undertake an impact of the assessment. We obviously had the strategic road network forecast report, but Gateshead wanted us to go beyond that. They wanted us to look specifically at the impact on their network. We agreed to that. We commissioned an assessment of the impacts on the Gateshead network, and the outputs from the assessment were provided to Gateshead. Gateshead considered that whilst the additional information facilitated a better understanding of the proposed mitigation at Whitemare Pool they required a broader holistic understanding of the impact on their network. And so South Tyneside Council commissioned a cross-boundary traffic flows assessment. This was provided to Gateshead in April 2024. Gateshead considered that whilst it provided an indication of traffic flows through Heworth Junction, there were still gaps in their understanding. So it was agreed that Gateshead Council would produce their own study and that South Tyneside Council would constructively liaise with Gateshead Council, providing any information that they required to progress the study. The report found that while there were some impacts in terms of the transport network in Gateshead, they're not specific enough to justify the addition of a specific mitigation scheme for Gateshead in the South Tyneside IDP. So I feel that we've done absolutely everything to address their concerns, and as you say, that's resulted in the signing of a statement of common ground and Gateshead withdrawing their objections to the 3 policies they objected to on duty to cooperate grounds. So I don't see what more we could have done to address that.
Thank you. I'll pick up the issue of the metro when we come to Felgate, and Felgate specifically. It's one of my questions around public transport. In terms of, I think I will, one of the things I will want to go away and reflect on is around the duty to cooperate and wastewater. I appreciate the council has got statements of common ground with Northumbrian Water, I say the Environment Agency, Natural England. Is there any other evidence the council would want me to bear in mind around the dialogue that you've had? Is that captured within the duty to cooperate statement? There have been specific or separate meetings?
Can we have a think about that?
Yep. Can I leave that with the council as an action point as to whether there's anything else I need to kind of have before me? I'm mindful Northumbrian Water are coming to these hearing sessions. I'd be interested to hear what they say, not specifically on the duty to cooperate, but I think just given that there are consistent sort of comments about the capacity and the ability of the wastewater, the wastewater infrastructure to accommodate the planned growth. I appreciate the council up until this point has had the comfort of those statements of common ground. So I'll obviously have in regard to those in terms of that specific legal duty, but if there is anything else in terms of meetings or...
Yeah, we'll have a look at that. If it's external to the existing evidence base, then of course we will need your permission to provide it to the examination, but we'll look at that. So far as the legal duty is concerned, we're not tasked with interrogating the quality of the answers from a statutory undertaker. We have to assume that it operates properly with regard to due process and acts with integrity. And the statement of common ground with Northumbrian Water clearly indicates that there is no issue with headroom. It's clear. So in terms of the duty to cooperate, we've done all we can. If there are residual issues which need interrogating through this examination process in relation to Felgate specifically, then it's something which that particular organisation can address and answer to you.
Thank you. Mr. Green on duty to cooperate.
Yeah, the duty to cooperate with Northumbrian Water. I mean, what they're highlighting is, you know, as Mr. Clifford's just stated, that, you know, they're stating that the capacity is there, but the evidence is there that it isn't there. I mean, the infrastructure that they have at the moment is, you know, there's that many housing developments going into not only Gateshead but into South Tyneside, possibly into Sunderland. The infrastructure there was put in many decades ago. You know, and there is in Gateshead there's the Follingsby floodplain which actually floods onto Felgate. You know, and I know the Gateshead have mentioned the Follingsby, you know, as an area of flooding. And again, I'm just concerned that I'm cross-referencing with the issues we're going to be identifying with Felgate, but that's the result. That's basically an eighth of a mile from the Whitemare Pool Junction. And this is the issue that's happening. Now, if they deny, if there's deniability that these problems aren't happening, why are they constantly, again, this will go into Felgate, you know, why between 23 and 24 did this, you know, attempt, you know, they did 17 gully cleans on the Felgate estate. In 24 to 25, they did 805. Now, what they're trying to do is, you know, the statement of common grounds, they're trying, in South Tyneside Council, are trying to put it that there isn't an issue, you know, which comes down from Gateshead, but there is, and the evidence is there. It's photographic evidence, but we'll be putting the majority of this in the Felgate. Am I correct there? It would go into the SP8.
So we'll pick this up under Felgate SP8 next Tuesday. Northumbrian Water are attending tomorrow afternoon for the spatial strategy sessions. That's just the overview of where development should broadly go and how it should broadly be distributed within the South Tyneside area. So I have got specific questions for Northumbrian Water for that particular session. I've heard what the council said. You know, they say they've engaged with Northumbrian Water. They've been given specific advice up until this point about the capacity of treatment plants. You know, they've taken that advice, and that's in terms of their how they've gone about the specific kind of duty to cooperate. Whether there are, I have to be sort of careful. The duty to cooperate is a specific legal requirement around engagement and sort of dialogue. There may be separate kind of soundness issues about whether the plan itself is justified or whether there need to be specific changes in light of wastewater evidence. But in terms of the specific legal requirements, that's what I was kind of looking at today. But I note your...
Just ask one more question there, Mr. Spencer. Are Northumbrian Water still responsible for the... Are they going to be responsible for the Felgate development?
I don't know if the council can answer that now, though that's something we pick up as part of the Felgate discussion. I'm assumed there's nothing I've read to the alternative that there would be a private treatment solution, or it's so. I'm sitting here now thinking Northumberland, you know, the Felgate development and other developments will connect into or be connected.
I think this is something you would need to confirm with Northumbrian Water, but my understanding is it wouldn't necessarily. Are we talking about capacity? It would be Northumbrian Water, yes.
Okay.
I mean, the reason I was asking was that there's an estate, a local estate just being built. It's not under Northumbrian Water. It's been passed on to a company below them, and we'll question Northumbrian Water about that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Lavelle, please.
Yeah, just to pick up on a comment made about we have no issue with headroom. Obviously, legally, the urban wastewater treatment regulations deal more than just with headroom, i.e. capacity at wastewater treatment works. Urban wastewater treatment regulations deal with the collection and treatment. So we're talking about the sewage network. And to say we have no issue with headroom, they haven't covered the fact that they have major issues with the collection and onward flow to the wastewater treatment works.
Thank you. If I can just bring the duty to cooperate discussion to the final point on my agenda, and that's around specifically the timing of the statement of common ground with Newcastle City Council. Obviously, this came in after the plan was submitted. And I guess my broad question is, should I be concerned about the timing of that, and just generally how strong is the dynamic between South Tyneside and Newcastle? I appreciate you kind of technically adjoining authorities, albeit with a river in between. Maybe the direct connections are not that strong, or in terms of some of the strategic matters, Mr. Clifford.
Yes, sir. The council does not consider that South Tyneside and Newcastle have a strong functional relationship in planning terms. So there have not been duty to cooperate meetings to discuss planning issues specifically, because neither authority recognised the need for them. For this reason, the statement of common ground was not progressed earlier. However, for completeness, the councils have now signed a statement of common ground, and it clearly demonstrates that there are no areas of disagreement between the two authorities. So I would submit that there is no real concern about the timing of the statement.
Thank you, and I've obviously got that statement in front of me as part of the examination process. Councillor Herbert.
There is a relationship. It's a transport hub, Newcastle, and there's a major employment centre. A large proportion of people from South Tyneside work there. So really, when you look at the ability of Newcastle to provide housing, they're projected to provide 1,000 houses a year in their local plan. They've just announced that near the town centre there will be a development of 2,500 dwellings. Now, looking strategically, if you've got people commuting a long distance, people might prefer to live nearer where they want to work. So I think that is areas where they could investigate more common strategic planning.
Thank you. I mean, as part of the statement of common ground with Newcastle, I appreciate the authorities in this part of the world. You're at kind of different stages of plan making. These things never quite align as the way some people might like them to. But as part of that statement of common ground, Mr. Clifford, I mean, is there any... I mean, I don't recall Newcastle saying they're looking for South Tyneside to assist with their housing need, or that they've got capacity to assist South Tyneside in any way.
Areas of agreement included that Newcastle is not able to assist South Tyneside in meeting its housing requirements. So, and the same applied to economic needs. So that issue was referenced, and there was a dialogue between the two authorities, and it was agreed that Newcastle were not in a position to assist. I don't, as far as I'm aware, I don't believe we have actually been requested by Newcastle to assist in meeting their needs. I would just add to that, sir, that they're at a relatively early stage in plan making, so there may be a request as part of that process.
Thank you. I think where the sort of faint bell is ringing somewhere deep in the recesses of my mind is a Regulation 19 rep from one of the house builders who are looking for additional greenbelt release in South Tyneside, saying maybe Newcastle will struggle to meet its housing requirement. I think when we start looking at this bigger picture, is why I asked the question, are other authorities similarly affected in this part of the world, irrespective of housing or employment geographies, which I appreciate there'll be a strong degree of overlap in places, is it nonetheless a situation where authorities are in a similar, potentially a similar position to South Tyneside, including Newcastle, who are also a Greenbelt authority, that once they've tried to sort of turn every stone within their area, they may be looking similarly for reciprocally asking South Tyneside or others to help meet their housing need. I'll park that there because I appreciate we're probably straying. I'm starting to stray slightly outside of the plan that's before me, but I've got no further questions or points I wanted to raise on the legal duty to cooperate. I think if the council can just assist on whether there is anything further in relation to meetings with Northumbrian Water that aren't captured already within the evidence before me, that would be helpful. I'm mindful of time and what we still need to cover. I'm going to pass over sustainability appraisal at the moment because I think that's a relatively straightforward matter in my mind. And I want to pick up the habitat regulations assessment because this is an area that people have commented on specifically and raised as part of the specific requirements around plan making. So this is item 5 on my agenda for this morning.
We'll just have a quick change over.
Okay.
Would you mind if we turned off the air conditioning? Because I'm finding it's interfering with my ability to hear what's being said, as well as being remarkably cold.
That's better. Would it assist me, Mr. Shadowraven, if you introduce a new person at the table?
We're ready now, are we? Would you like to introduce yourself, Mrs. Rawcliffe?
Hello, I'm Miss Rawcliffe, Claire Rawcliffe. I'm the Natural Environment Manager for South Tyneside Council.
Thank you. And in terms of the habitat, obviously the plan is accompanied by a habitats regulation assessment dated January 2024, prepared by Footprint Ecology. I've read that to date, Natural England have not raised any issue in terms of the content or findings of the habitat regulation assessment. It's obviously although it's been prepared to accompany the submitted plan, it's a document that could still be looked at, updated, or accompanied by an addendum if, as a result of this examination, it needs to be further updated. But I'd like to deal first with the non-water issue, which is around recreational disturbance and visitor management, because at the time the plan was submitted in the Statement of Common Ground with the first Statement of Common Ground with Natural England. There was a query around whether further sort of ongoing monitoring work around visitor numbers, where they were coming from in terms of visiting the coastal habitats, was pointing to an alternative to the current 7.2 kilometre buffer. And I think from the latest Statement of Common Ground with Natural England, the 7.2 kilometre buffer remains appropriate for plan making at this stage, but with perhaps a recognition looking forwards that as visitor survey work is sort of further analysed, that could change, but it remains justified at this moment in time. Is that correct?
Yes, so the council still considers that the 7.2 recreational buffer is justified in terms of providing sufficient mitigation in terms of HRA. I think for context, the council undertook further visitor surveys in winter 23-24, as we were preparing our publication draft local plan. That was to look at basically the evidence base which supported the HRA at that time. We were aware that the latest studies that had informed the identification of that 7.2 kilometre buffer were undertaken in the winter of 2019-2020, so pre-pandemic. So we were conscious of the passage of time with those, and also behaviour of visitors to the coast as well, and we wanted to see if we needed more robust evidence to see if there had been any changes in terms of how the coast was being used by people. As set out in the Statement of Common Ground, we sought advice from Natural England on that point, and they advised that we should undertake another winter's worth of visitor surveys to pick up those points to make sure that the evidence was as robust as possible. So that was undertaken. The key findings for that are set out in the South Tyneside Visitor Survey Report, which is NAT 27, no, 25, sorry. The key findings in that report showed that there had been an increase in activity for visitors using the coast, but the key points in there was that 52% of visitors came from within South Tyneside, which pointed to a large number of visitors from outside of the borough who were also coming and using the coast. And that the report suggested that that could justify extending the buffer, the recreational buffer, from 7.2 kilometres to 10.5 kilometres. We discussed that further with Natural England as set out in the Statement of Common Ground, and we've taken the position that for the purposes of this local plan and this HRA, we are going to retain the 7.2 kilometre buffer. In the Statement of Common Ground, in paragraphs 3.7 to 310, we set out the three key reasons why we have proposed to do that, which are in agreement with Natural England as well. In summary, they are due to methodology and geographical limitations of the survey. In terms of the survey that was undertaken in 23-24, just looked at South Tyneside, whereas previous surveys had looked at undertaking visitor surveys through Sunderland and also Durham as well, so it covered a much broader geographical area, which meant a direct comparison to the studies was difficult to make. We also considered the consistency in regional approach and applying recreational buffers at the moment. So Sunderland currently apply a 7.2 kilometre buffer as well. So sort of linking into the cross-boundary effects and looking into future mitigation and monitoring survey work, then it seemed appropriate at this time to retain a similar buffer as Sunderland at this point. Furthermore, the actual physical geographical coverage of the borough that the 7.2 buffer offers does cover the vast majority of South Tyneside itself. It's only sort of the very western limits of Hebburn and sort of the southern joining areas of Gateshead where which aren't included within that recreational buffer. So like I say, this has been discussed with Natural England. We've been able to agree the updated Statement of Common Ground, which we received last week. I think it's also important to note that within that Statement of Common Ground, the Council's committed to keeping this buffer under review, and also we have a strong commitment to cross-boundary working with Sunderland and other local authorities where needed in terms of reviewing this and keeping it under review as things progress.
So if the buffer was potentially to change, that would be a matter in the council's view for a local plan review or the next local plan to look at, you know, alternative, if the evidence does point to an alternative buffer to the 7.2, the next local plan would look at that. And in terms of the consequence then of being within the 7.2 kilometre buffer, that triggers mitigatory payments towards coastal management and steering visitors in different directions and different appropriate behaviours.
Yeah, so any new housing within the zone is considered to have a likely significant effect on the coastal designations, and it's very difficult to come up with bespoke mitigation for each individual application, application for residential. So the preferred approach that Natural England has put forward and that the council has been undertaking since 2018 is a strategic approach to that mitigation, which is then funded by those developers. If they wish to pay into it, they can choose to put forward a bespoke version of mitigation if they wish to do so, but the vast majority pay in to the system that the council then deliver, which is our coastal recreation mitigation strategy sets that out.
And just to check, as a consequence of this kind of recent dialogue and kind of exchanges with Natural England, the mitigatory kind of payment sums, I presume they're index linked, but they haven't fundamentally changed or varied in light of the recent consideration of visitor survey works. That still remains.
So we anticipate that the financial contribution for the payments that are required will increase to from where they currently are at this point. We are still refining the mitigation strategy with footprint ecology, and we're also working alongside Natural England to finalise that document as well.
Forgive me if I've missed this in all the reading and material in front of me. Is there an anticipation that mitigation strategy would be sort of finalised within this kind of examination time frame to inform? Just thinking, there's usually a session on local plan viability and various inputs, whether it's something that's likely to be beyond this kind of plan examination and feed into the next plan.
I think there is a prospect that we'll be able to have a final draft of that strategy within the examination period. We are at a fairly advanced stage with that, so that could be produced at some point.
Thank you. I've just made a note to myself. It's probably something I will come back to the council. I appreciate we're having a wide-ranging discussion, but I may, after the stage one hearings, just ask for a bit more clarity on the likely time frame for that strategy. Okay, before I move on to water quality issues, Mr. Green.
Yeah, can I just... If 7.2, does that mean if anything's built within that buffer zone, it has to be mitigated? That has to be mitigation.
Ms. Rawcliffe.
Yes, any additional residential housing within the 7.2 buffer needs to effectively mitigate its impact, and that's usually through the payment.
Right, yeah, because Felgate's within 6.9 kilometres of the, within the buffer zone. Now, Felgate is a massive massive wildlife habitat, natural habitat, and I'm just wondering how they're going to do that. And also, as far as I know, and you could correct us if I'm right, Claire, the habitat assessment for Felgate, did it not just begin last December and it's still ongoing? Because I know it's got to go through the 4 seasons, hasn't it? Winter, spring, summer, autumn. And as far as I'm aware, it's being carried out at this moment in time.
Okay. I would prefer at this stage we're looking at the habitat regulation, so it's the impact on, I still tend to refer to them as internationally protected habitats. I hope that's still an appropriate phrase. I appreciate, I do want to discuss biodiversity, in particular around Felgate, when we come to that next week. I mean, just very briefly in terms of, does the council concur that the Felgate site falls within 7.2 kilometres from the relevant, the nearest habitats?
Yes, so there is a map that is included in our hearing statement to this question, which shows the 7.2 kilometre boundary, and it does show that there is a proportion of the Felgate allocation which does fall within that 7.2 kilometres.
Thank you. I want to move on to water quality. Mr. Lavelle's been patiently sitting for most of the morning, and we're going to come on to the issue in relation to particularly the development close to the coastal habitats. And I want to deal with this in two parts. If you've seen my agenda, so I want to deal with the water issue first, and then I think the Whitburn Neighbourhood Forum have also queried about urban effects in terms of the proximity of development to the coastal habitats. But if I deal with the water issue first, obviously the habitat regulation assessment does look at issues of water quality. It doesn't rule out that there's kind of going to be no, it doesn't screen it out at an early stage, saying there'll be no kind of potential pathway here. It did go on to look at that particular issue, both in relation to the Durham Coast Special Area of Conservation, so the cliff habitats, and then separately in terms of the Special Protection Area for birds, also linked to the Ramsar site designation. I think from everything I've read, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Lavelle, I don't think the issue's particularly concerning around the cliff habitat. I think the habitat regulation assessment is reasonably clear that there's no kind of direct pathway, that any kind of sewer overflow or outspill is not happening at the kind of the cliff top and the kind of seeping down the kind of the cliff face. It's occurring elsewhere, so there's no kind of direct kind of harm or potential harm or relationship.
There is a combined sewer overflow at Marsden, which spills regularly, not in compliance with urban wastewater treatment regulations. There's also, as you're aware, a very contentious long sea outfall at Whitburn, which, although it goes 1.5 kilometres out to sea, there are major concerns about the intensity and the regularity of the spills from that. As you see, there's a lot of emphasis in the HRA to recreational disturbance, and we're not going to discuss that as far as I'm concerned. But in terms of the water quality, it is one of the pathways. And if I can refer you to paragraph 4.17 of the HRA, it clearly says on there, the sewage treatment works for South Tyneside at Howden and Hendon, and these are far removed from the cliffs, and there is therefore no need to consider headroom or capacity for these in relation to Durham Coast SAC. And basically, that's all the HRA has to say on water quality. What the HRA does not take into consideration are the 60 plus CSOs that exist in the borough that spill into the River Don and the River Tyne. The CSOs, when I say CSOs, combined sewer overflows, they are euphemistically referred to now as storm overflows, but they carry combined sewage. The Howden, for example, the Howden Sewage Treatment Works has 4 CSOs, and one of these in 2021 had 162 spills, another one had 149 spills, and in 2022, and 210 spills in 2023. Obviously, those are in direct contravention of the urban wastewater treatment regulations, which say all wastewater is collected and treated apart from in exceptional circumstances. The exceptional circumstances are roughly unusually heavy rainfall. When we talk about 162 spills, we're talking about not the amount of spills, because they use what they call a 12, 24-hour recording system. So it's actually 162 days. So for 162 days, so there have been many more spills, but each day. So when you compare the rainfall, there was nowhere that in South Tyneside there's been, for example, 162 days of exceptionally heavy or unusually heavy rainfall. So going back to the 60 storm overflows that flow down into the Tyne and across the Whitburn coast, obviously we'll have a problem at Little Haven Beach at the moment, whereby it's only recently been designated, and there's a certain organisation awarded it a brown flag rather than a blue flag, and that's down to the samples taken by the Environment Agency, which shows the water quality is very poor. It's not the only one on the northeast coast. Colour Coats has had problems for years. The 60 overflows that spill into our blue waterways spilled 1,775 times in 2024. And this is information provided by Northumbrian Water to the Environment Agency. They're tested by way of event duration monitors, which only tell you how many spills and how long they've spilled for, as opposed to the long sea outfall at Whitburn, which actually gives you the starts and finishing times of the sewage, of the pumps that pump untreated sewage out to sea. Northumbrian Water will say, oh, it's only a rough estimate, because you can calculate the actual volume spilled out at sea by looking at the start and finish time of the pumps, because they pump at 1.5 tonnes per second. In Northumbrian Water, Heidi Mottram, for example, was on parliamentary TV saying, "Oh, those you can't depend on those figures because those are just rough estimates." But the same figures have been given to the DEFRA, to the EEA, and the UK authorities have relied on those figures and give them to the European Commission back in 2012. So, as a ballpark figure, they've been accepted throughout. So, these figures, which a ballpark figure, show regular, over the last few years, 1 million tonnes of sewage discharged at Whitburn. So you're talking about 1.5 kilometres out. Now, going back to the treatment works, you mentioned on strategic needs for sewage, etc. Unfortunately for myself, I've been constrained as part of the Whitburn Forum to look at things in the Whitburn Forum area. So quite often the council will turn around to me and say, you can't comment on things that's happening in Felgate, you can't comment on things that's happening in the wider borough. From a Whitburn neighbourhood forum perspective, you have to constrain yourself to what's happening in Whitburn. So in order to produce a neighbourhood plan, we put it through the planning inspector, we took advice from ACOM and this and that, and we ended up with a very watered down version of what we wanted in terms of a sewage policy. But we do have a sewage policy which asks for rigorous analysis of the capacity, both in terms of collection and treatment of wastewater. And we found that for dry water flows, Northumbrian Water will always say we have the capacity to treat when it doesn't rain dry water flows. But urban wastewater treatment regulations are quite clear in as much as all wastewater should be collected and treated. And Northumbrian Water will tell you, I can't get here on Wednesday, unfortunately, I've got to watch the grandbands, but Northumbrian Water will tell you that they don't have a problem, that they have the capacity, which I see they do not, and we'll touch upon Ofwat decision notice in due course in terms of when I refer to matter 5 in due course. But going back to habitats, the HRA, with respect to water quality, HRA is required to consider the urban wastewater treatment regulations where relevant. The key aspect of the urban wastewater treatment regulations is requirement for habitats regulation assessment to ensure that wastewater treatment plants and discharges do not adversely affect protected sites such as special areas of conservation and special protection areas. Obviously at Whitburn we have rocky pools, and the rocky pools are where birds feed. You know, it's been noted that it's a feeding ground for curlew, redback, purple, sandpiper and sandstone. So you've got all these various protected birds that feed there. And our argument is that 1 million tonnes of untreated sewage will adversely affect them. But there's never been a HRA conducted for Whitburn long sea overflow. And there's never been one conducted for the 60 or so of storm overflows that flow into the blue waterways of South Tyneside. Obviously, storm water overflows are not featured in the HRA, but they're part of the urban wastewater collecting systems and treatment facilities. The urban wastewater treatment regulations provide for an absolute obligation to avoid spills from stormwater overflows, save for exceptional circumstances. such as unusual heavy rainfall. The urban wastewater treatment regulations, alongside other regulations, address not only nutrient enrichment from wastewater discharges, but also other pollutants. These regulations aim to protect water bodies from the adverse effects of wastewater, including those beyond nutrient-related issues like eutrophication. So, as you'll be aware, improperly treated sewage can contain a wide range of contaminants, including bacteria, viruses, and chemicals. They can pose a risk to human health and the environment. The HRA in this plan takes insufficient account of the regulations or any other regulations, and they discount any likely significant effects of various policies within the plan in relation to hydrology. And that's in relation to Durham SASC, Northumberland Coast SPR, and the Ramsar. It declares, given the distribution of development in the plan, we can identify that housing growth and other development will not lead to any further deterioration in water quality or supply of the Durham Coast SASC. With no impacts alone, there is no need for in-combination assessment, as there is no risk of cumulative effects. 4. The Northumberland Coast SPR, Ramsar water availability and water quality in relation to impacts from development are ruled out as a cause for concern, but there isn't the evidence to back this up. They haven't done a HRA, in effect. Going back to Hendon and the capacity, the headroom, it has no storm overflow tanks. So when it rains, it spills to sea. It had 116 spills in 2021, 99 spills in 2022, and 119 spills in 2023. So that's both of our treatment plants are spilling regularly outside the regulations, and that's why Ofwat produced a decision notice. Now, bearing in mind, Ofwat produced evidence to show Northumbrian Water, who will turn up on Wednesday, to say that they're in breach of Regulation 4.4 of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Regulations, Regulation 4.2 and Schedule 2 of the Urban Wastewater Treatment Regulations, and Section 94 of the Water Industry Act. Plus Condition P, it's an instrument appointed directors which are intended to protect the water environment for the animals and plants that live in and around the water, as well as for recreational purposes. So from our perspective, from the perspective of Whitburn Neighbourhood Forum, the plan, it's not reasonable in terms of the statement of common ground for the local planning authority to place considerable weight, as it does, in the information provided by Northumbrian Water. All those regulations and contraventions I've mentioned are actually criminal acts. And if they were prosecuted in the magistrates' court, they could lead to a fine, imprisonment, or both. The UK authorities have decided to take more of the civil enforcement route. So we'll have a decision notice whereby Northumbrian Water have agreed to undertake £157 million worth of improvements to make the situation better as part of the enforcement notice. So what Northumbrian Water have done is they've more or less accepted the decision notice, the findings of Ofwat, and the decision notice, and they've decided to improve things. What I'd say to this inquiry is, I've looked at the draft wastewater management plan, and they promise to improve things. They promise to get spills down to less than 20 on average over all of the combined service sewer overflows. But there's no evidence as how they're going to do that. There's no evidence whatsoever. Going back to...
So can I just stop you there, Mr. Lavelle? I think I just want to come back a bit more to the habitat regulation assessment. I think if I can just summarise what I think you're saying to me is you think the habitat regulation assessment for this local plan hasn't gone far enough or has sufficient evidence to kind of conclude that there would be no significant effect on the qualifying features, particularly the special protection area, which is, as you say, it's the rocky pools. It's where there are two particular bird species that are associated with that habitat, which are the reason for the designation. Because obviously the habitat regulation concludes that in relation to those particular bird species, they feed in the exposed open coast, which I'm assuming is the rocky kind of foreshore, where water quality from local discharge poses much less risk. They're feeding on invertebrates, including those associated with rotting seaweed and algae. I think I'm getting from your submissions is that this is an there's a potential underestimation.
Yeah, I don't think there's been any assessment done. I think it's only speculative. That hasn't been any testing of the water done on the rocky pools. There hasn't been any definitive, shall we say, measurements of the invertebrates, etc., that the birds feed upon. And anecdotal evidence will tell you that the rocky pools at Whitburn have been decimated over the years due to water contamination.
Indeed, I've got various material before me, Mr. Latimer and others, photographs, etc. If I can just turn to the council on this particular point, and really the kind of the robustness of the habitat regulation assessment to kind of conclude in the way that it does, given obviously things have moved on kind of more recently. I don't know, I'll put the council on the spot whether this is an area within the habitat regulation assessment that does need to be kind of looked at again or further, or whether it's the council's view, no, there is sufficient here to reasonably draw the conclusion that there'll be no adverse effect on the qualifying features, these two bird species.
This process is an ongoing one. The duty, the legal duty imposed on you as part of this process and on the council is ongoing. And I think it's probably best, rather than come up with an answer to that question now, that we reflect on it and to see if there is any further work that may need to be done in order for that duty to be properly discharged, if at all. So would you leave that one with us for the time being?
I will, as an ongoing matter. I mean, I do note there has been obviously a recent update to the Statement of Common Ground with Natural England. There's a specific paragraph in there on water quality where Natural England accept and still agree with the habitat regulation assessment. But I think I'm just mindful throughout this process, and we'll be hearing from Northumbrian Water tomorrow. There obviously has been further submissions made as part of the examination process, that any kind of degree of risk around this is managed, and whether it's the case of the council's consultants do look at this a bit further as one option, that they still remain in light of the Ofwat report, that they still stand by that, and that maybe there needs to be more added into the habitat regulation to assessment to say, actually, because of when these bird species are here, and the type of habitat they like, there isn't the issue that some of us may feel there is. So yes, I think I will take up the council's offer to look at that further. I mean,
one of the key issues is whether there's been any change in baseline conditions. So that will need to be confirmed one way or the other. And secondly, whether there's been any change in circumstances or further information that needs to be addressed through the HRA process. So we'll look at that.
I mean, I'm just mindful one of the points that's been put to me by Mr. Lavelle is the habitat regulation assessment must kind of have regard to or take into account the Urban Wastewater Treatment Directive. I don't know if the council would agree with that. I'm mindful there are separate processes governing separate bodies. I was quite clear in my mind what the habitat regulations cover, and what we're looking at here is specific bird species linked to a specific habitat, and whether you can reasonably draw that there isn't a water quality issue that's going to adversely affect those bird species.
That's essentially the issue. So far as other duties and regulatory requirements are concerned, one must assume that there will be compliance with those. But we will look into the whole picture, and if it's appropriate at a later stage in this process, we can address the point more broadly with a topic paper, which might provide some assistance.
Thank you. I'll consider that carefully, because I'm mindful, Mr. Lavelle, there are others who have a lot of knowledge on this, deep interest in this, so I want to make sure they're not prejudiced by material that comes in that you don't have an opportunity to look at or comment on in due course. Just on...
I think we might just want to add, I know we're running out of time, just to add briefly to the response I gave you.
Thank you. So it's just to point out that the HRA obviously looks at some quite narrow boundaries. We're looking very specifically at the impacts of the proposed development on, or the local plan, on the Durham Coast SAC features, which are the vegetated sea cliffs. And the features relate to the cliff top and the cliff slope, which is well above the tide line. It includes grassland, wetland and scrub around the cliffs. The sewage outflows into the sea are therefore below the area where that feature occurs, and therefore there's no means by... So effectively, paragraph 4.17 of the HRA covers that vegetation on the sea cliff, and Natural England's own site improvement plan for the Durham Coast SAC identifies that fertiliser use and runoff from agricultural land is a current threat, but it otherwise highlights no other issues relating to water quality because the pathway between the sewage overflows and the vegetation on the cliffs is there. So it's regardless of the water quality, there isn't actually the vector between the two to impact the Durham Coast SAC. And just coming in on the relevant features for the Northumbria Coast SPA and the Ramsar site, the two named species are turnstone and purple sandpiper. They both feed on rocks and exposed coasts. Sandpiper feed on molluscs and other items like worms, algae and flies within those rocky pools, and turnstone proper food under stones and seaweeds. And a really wide range of food, including insect, shellfish. They'll even scavenge on dead materials such as damaged mussels or corpses of large animals, and they'll take vegetable matter and human food scraps, so it's a very wide range of food. As such, the diet of both of these species is unlikely to be affected by nutrient enrichment into the sea, so it's just not considered to have a specific impact on the food source of these birds. And there are studies that show from the Northumbria coast that actually there's potentially positive impact of sewage on the food source for the birds. And there was a study done by Burton and Goddard in 2007, which looked into the impacts of changes in sewage disposal on water birds wintering on the Northumbria coast. And that actually shows a decline in the bird species after improvements of sewage treatment in a specified area. And one of the reasons it was concluded that it was a result of decreased food resources. The supplementary advice on conservation objectives from Natural England, which was published in October 2023, states that improvements in water quality may actually be a contributing factor in the decline of populations of both species, and that the risk of eutrophication across the site has been assessed as low using the Environment Agency's weight of evidence approach. So Natural England have supported the conclusions of the HRA that the water quality issues are unlikely to have an impact on the integrity of the qualifying features of the European designated sites.
Thank you. I'm mindful of time and we will need to take a lunchtime break. I'm prepared to go for, say, about another 5 or so minutes. I'll give Mr. Lavelle first opportunity to come back on what I've heard, and then briefly from Mr. Green, and then I just want to wrap up some of the other habitat regulation issues. Mr. Lavelle.
With regard to sewage and eutrophication and nutrient sort of base, there's more in sewage than just phosphorus and nutrient enrichment. There's all the chemicals. There's all the contraceptive pills. There's all the drugs in society, and they affect the birds. And I didn't bring any figures with me, but there's been studies shown that birds affected by contaminants in the sewage, the sewage acts like a contraceptive, and they no longer breed because they can't, because of what they live on. So you can't tell me that the million tonnes of sewage at Whitburn per year isn't affecting the rock pools and isn't affecting the birds.
Mr. Green, please.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, Steve's mentioned a lot about Whitburn, but we have all of these storm overflows all the way down the Tyne, you know, and what it is as Steve, highlighted, you know, there's lots of them, and there's so many of them discharging. I mean, Wagonway in Hebburn, 179 times, down by the Tyne Tunnel, 108 times, Tyneside again towards the tunnel, 111 times. You know, I could go on, but there's loads of them. Now that heads down to South Shields, and I mean we're only a mile and a half from Whitburn, and it will, you know, the stuff coming down the Tyne is obviously going to have an effect on the area around South Shields, and it'll spread. I mean, one of the councillors once highlighted the fact that you know, that Sunderland's problem, you know, with the Whitburn issue, but South Shields has got a problem as well. And with all of this coming down in the Don Valley and down the River Tyne, it'll be having a massive effect on the habitat around the area. It's got to be. And I think, I mean, Northumberland Water, which are here tomorrow, I think that statement of common ground, everything about them, it stinks like what comes out of the overflow. And I think surely if South Tynesides rely on their information, knowing what's going on, then surely would it not be corporate negligent on their behalf if they go on what Northumberland Water are actually telling them? I mean, it's all right to put a signature on 2 documents, but that's not evidence that it doesn't exist.
Okay, thank you. Can I just come back to the habitat regulation assessments? I've heard what the council said around the water quality issue. I understand that there seemed to be some bits and pieces there from Ms Rawcliffe that kind of added to the overall picture, and a reference to a report. I just had a quick look in the bibliography of the HRA, and I couldn't actually see that report from. But what I'm steering to the council towards is to be open to, or to think about whether there is some additional content in an updated version of the HRA. If we get to a stage of, say, potential modifications,
yes,
there's maybe some additional, or for the habitat regulation assessment to reflect on what it said so far, whether there's any additional evidence or material that leads it to either an alternative conclusion or reinforces the conclusion that they've already drawn. So
that's what we'll undertake. So we'll give that undertaking now to do that.
Thank you. And then obviously that would be published in, if there is an updated HRA, so habitat regulation assessment, that would be updated, and people obviously have an opportunity to comment at that at a relevant stage. Just very finally, before we take a break for lunch, you've been very patient. It was something I believe was raised by the Whitburn Neighbourhood Forum, Mr. Lavelle. I don't know if it was you or a colleague, just around urban effects on the Durham Coast SAC from, in particular, the 2 proposed housing sites in Whitburn, which obviously we're going to discuss in more detail next week, and the reasonableness of the habitat regulation assessment, drawing a conclusion or saying that there would be no likely significant effect from urban effects, which I've kind of put in a footnote to remind myself, as things like cat predation, fly tipping, etc. Whether that's we'll look at the 2 sites in more detail next week, but whether that's just a reasonable conclusion to draw for the habitat regulation assessment. I appreciate you didn't author it, Miss Rawcliffe, but is that, I mean, obviously these 2 sites are particularly close to the SAC.
Yes.
Is there that vector or that risk of urban effects?
So the urban effects are generally a risk if there's lots of development close to the cliffs, and we're particularly talking about the Durham Coast SAC here, where the habitat strip is actually really quite narrow on the cliff edges, and a good chunk of it is over what a lot of the residents will know as the safety barriers. So it's actually not, it's sort of beyond where most people tread. It's beyond the coastal path. The 2 sites in question, GA5 and GA6, are about 400 metres away-ish, give or take. And the land use in between is primarily Whitburn Coastal Park, which is managed by the National Trust. It's actively managed by the National Trust, so there's some level of natural surveillance there and management by the Trust to see kind of what goes on their land. So we don't think that there's a high risk of something like dumping of garden waste if somebody's got to walk 400 metres away from their back gate across an open area, well walked by the public, to do that. And actually our experience across the South Tyneside coast, where we have a lot of urban development closer to the coast than this already in existence, we actually don't see those impacts in other places. For the most part, there is an exception. We do have an issue with that at further south at Whitburn Cliffs, where developments within 100 metres, and there's an area particularly close to housing and allotments where we do get some dumping over the edge. But at these sort of distances, 400 metres, we're not really seeing that. In terms of cat predation, that's not a particular issue for our birds because of the nature of the birds. They're wading birds on the rocky shore, and that's not often where cats really go to tread. And in terms of fires, for example, spreading from houses, again, 400 metres is quite a distance. The other place in South Tyneside where we do see that impact on the SAC is at Trow Point, and that's actually not particularly close to residents. That's believed to be more visitors than residents that bring that. So we don't see that there's a likelihood of urban effects from these two particular sites, given the distance and the land use in between.
Anything further you wanted to add on urban effects? We'll obviously look at these sites in more detail next week.
Again, I'd like to see what Ms Rockcliffe said in writing somewhere, so I can sit down and have a look at it, you know. There's nothing pertinent that came out of the HR with regard to that early.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to draw this morning's session to a close. We haven't covered everything that's on my agenda. Now, for this afternoon, we were going to pick up employment land requirements at 3 o'clock, because I think I foresaw that this first session might overrun slightly. So can I ask the council and others, because I think it's mainly now going to be with the council on remaining questions that I've got, whether we're okay to reconvene at this room in, say, about 2:15, and then we can pick up the other matter one items, have a brief break, and then press on into employment land. Okay, so the remainder of matter one, in terms of other legal and procedural requirements, and SA will be at 2:15 back in this room, and then we'll go into the first part of matter two thereafter. Thank you. Okay, it's just gone 2:15, so I'm going to resume these hearing sessions into the examination of the South Tyneside local plan. I think everybody in the room was here before the lunchtime break. So what we're going to do for the first part of this afternoon is conclude the matters under Matter 1 on legal and procedural requirements. We'll then have a short break and then pick up the start of Matter 2 on employment needs. So continuing with the legal and procedural requirements, I'm going to jump back into the agenda, back to item 4, and it's the issue around sustainability appraisal. Obviously, the plan is accompanied by a sustainability appraisal. I haven't yet counted up all the pages, but it's probably in excess of 2,000 or thereabouts. Yep, so it's a significant document. I appreciate people will probably come to other sessions, will have a view about particular judgments within the sustainability appraisal, particularly around how it's dealt with things like site selection. But I think as part of this session under legal procedural requirements, what I'm really sort of focusing in is, has the sustainability appraisal met various requirements? Not only does it exist, but obviously there are things around, particularly as part of the strategic environmental assessment regulations, that one would expect a sustainability appraisal document to consider and address. So I've asked in my matters issues and questions around, I think it's my MIQ 1.5, whether there are any substantive evidence that the sustainability appraisal report has not met the legal requirements. And I was particularly interested in how it's dealt with kind of reasonable alternatives, and as part of that process, perhaps where completely unreasonable kind of options have either been discounted or quickly dealt with. So I don't know if there's somebody from the council on the council's behalf who's going to just take me through the...
I think Ms Nichols, you introduce yourself.
Is that working there? Yes. Hi, I'm Kate Nichols. I'm a Director of Planning at LUC. We're an independent planning consultancy, and we're commissioned by South Tyneside Council in early 2020 to undertake the remaining stages of the sustainability appraisal on their behalf, and have done the sustainability appraisal work since then.
Thank you. And in terms of, as I set out in my MIQ 1.5, just in broad sort of headline terms, how the work you've undertaken, Ms Nichols, has satisfied the relevant requirements around SA, so slipping immediately into planning shorthand, SA for sustainability appraisal. And in particular, this kind of, it can be for some plan examinations quite a knotty issue around how reasonable alternatives have been dealt with, and whether you've looked at all reasonable alternatives on a sort of a comparable basis and a comparable kind of depth of scrutiny.
Yes, so I won't repeat all of what's in the hearing statement, but can I just clarify the question, just a sort of overview of the process that's been gone through?
Yes, please. I mean, I think I don't think anybody's really kind of, from the representations I've read, picked up significant issues of kind of legal non-compliance, but obviously there are things that have to be done. It could be strictly like non-technical summary, or various kind of legal requirements that are anticipated. And then I think where people will be more sort of interested or have raised the issue as part of representations is then how things are looked at when you're going to get into the detail of reasonable alternatives. Has that been undertaken on a consistent and comparable basis?
Thanks. Okay. So yes, in short, the SA has been undertaken in accordance with the requirements of the SEA regulations. There's a signposting table early on, I think in chapter 1 of the SA report, which attempts to just sort of signpost the reader to the relevant sections of the report that address each of the specific requirements of the regulations. In terms of reasonable alternatives, yes, there has been a fairly long and iterative process that has been gone through to consider the likely significant effects of the reasonable alternatives. In terms of the sort of overall strategy, so the amount of housing and employment development and the spatial distribution of that story, if you like, is told in Chapter 4 of the SA report, which sets out the options that have been looked at, summarises the findings, and sets out the Council's reasons for taking forward particular options and rejecting others. And in relation to specific site options, that story is told in Chapter 5 of the SA report. There was 2 or 3 stages iteratively of options appraisal, looking at those options on a consistent and comparable basis over the course of plan making. And there's a quite detailed appendix to the SA report, which again sets out the reasons for that decision making. And the rather weighty Annex 1, which sits alongside the SA report, is the detailed appraisal matrices for each of those sites. And I would say the length of that could look potentially off-putting, but it's very much due to the number of site options that were considered.
I think I've read somewhere that when LUC were appointed to look at the kind of the site, appointed to look at the sustainability appraisal, and in particular this kind of issue of site assessments, which does consistently crop up at local plan examinations, how sites have been looked at. You actually sort of went back and put more sites in. Was that a reasonable approach?
We did. Sorry for what that does to the length of the report, but we felt that when we were first carrying out work for the council, the first thing we did was a sort of quality review just to take stock of the work that had been done to date, and we felt from our independent review that was broadly robust and sound and helpful. But one area where we did just think actually there might be some gaps that need filling was in relation to the site options, because our experience has shown that the sort of bar, if you like, for saying that site options are unreasonable and therefore don't require SA is quite high. We weren't completely convinced that the sieving criteria that had been used at that point to identify the sites that were reasonable in terms of the SEA regs were quite tight enough. So we did some work with the council to just sort of hone those sieving criteria a bit, make sure that they were duly precautionary, and that if there were sites that weren't very clearly subject to absolute constraints that we were very comfortable saying these are not reasonable options, then they should be included. So that did result in quite a large number of sites coming back into the process, and then all of the sites were reappraised on a consistent basis at that point, because what we'd also done was make just a couple of fairly minor tweaks to the framework of SA objectives that the sites were appraised against. So just to make sure that they were all considered on a comparable basis, we reran the appraisal of all the options at that point.
So thinking through the sort of the plan making steps then, so the SA has been reasonably consistent and undertaken by OUC from the Regulation 18 stage through to the Regulation 19. That's been that kind of continuous.
Yes, that's correct, yes.
Thank you. As I say, I think when we come down to some of the individual sites and site options, and particularly on Thursday when we get into kind of the site selection process, people may have sort of different views on judgments taken in sustainability appraisal. I'm always of a view sustainability appraisal is an inherently sort of judgmental kind of process. But in terms of LUC's kind of track record and involvement in local plan sustainability appraisal, is it something you do a lot, or is South Tyneside the first, or is it something you've work accepted elsewhere?
Far from it. Sustainability appraisal is a key work area for LUC. I myself have been working on sustainability appraisals for local plans for more than 15 years. I've worked on dozens, a significant proportion have gone through examination and been found sound. So I am confident that our approach is tried and tested. And just to add there in relation to what you were saying about the sort of consistency and the need for judgment, that is a significant issue when you're dealing with a really large number of site options. So the methodology that we use and that has been applied in this case is to take a sort of GIS-based approach where we have a largely automated model where we've got assessment criteria which are set out in an appendix to the SA report, which set out very clear quantified parameters under which certain effects would be identified, so distances to particular constraints or features, and then we run the sites through a model using GIS data to apply those judgments. So it has been tried and tested through various local plan examinations, and it's been found to have a much higher level of accuracy than attempting to appraise sites manually, or to apply consistent judgment across hundreds of sites. Inevitably human error would creep in. So we're really confident that the approach is robust and consistent despite the very large number of site options.
As well as sites, sustainability appraisals, obviously we've got to look at policy options. Have all policies that are in the plan been put through sustainability appraisal, including the kind of the option of what if we didn't have a plan or we did nothing?
All the policies that are in the plan have been subject to SA. We don't do a sort of no policy option appraisal, which is explained, I'll just find the relevant section, near the start of chapter 6. I think early on in the process the council had done that, but our view is that you're sort of, if you're appraising the no plan option, you're effectively appraising existing national policy or local policy, and that's not really the purpose of the appraisal of this local plan. So that's not something that we do as standard in SA and didn't do here.
Thank you. I've got no further questions on sustainability appraisal. I'll bring in others. I appreciate, I think, as I say, I think when we get to kind of some of the issues around site selection, people may have differing views around how sites have been appraised or judged. I think that's helpful to me this afternoon in terms of just the general approach and legality of the sustainability appraisal work that's in front of me. Mr. Green, please.
Sorry, just a very quick question. Felgate's down as a level 1 flood zone where it's got no flooding or no surface water problems, which we're going to highlight on the day. But on this report 521, it's shown that some of the site options in this part of South Tyne said Monkton Burn and Corf Close Burn, which are the burns which run around Felgate. As such, these sites lie within areas of flood zone 3A or 3B. But yeah, in incoming reports, what we're going to have, over the next few days, that down as 1.
I'm mindful we're obviously going to go into flood risk,
yeah,
deal with flood risk next
I've
week.
just come across that, yeah.
Is that a reference to paragraph 521? Okay.
If that's true, then surely it undermines the entire Felgate bill, because it's in a completely different flood zone. It's classified as, on yours as 3 and 3B, and on the South Tyne side as 1A. I mean, unless I'm wrong, sorry.
It may be something we pick up next week, but I mean, just coming back to your point, Miss Nichols, around the kind of, say, applying geographical information systems and data for consistency of approach. I don't know if this is something a specific you can pick up now, or something we deal with later.
Yeah, so just as an immediate answer, the site options have all been overlaid with the GIS layers which show the flood zones, and that has fed directly into the effects that have been identified. If there are very specific land parcels where there are people that perhaps disagree with that, then we could certainly check the detail of that through the specific GIS layers. But there's a very low error rate, if you like, in terms of if the site parcels have been overlaid with the flood zones, and that's what it's shown, then that, I would assume, is what our GIS data shows. But we need to go back to the mapping if there's a specific question about the score that has been attributed to a specific land parcel.
It's a big difference. 3B and 1, you know, that's a massive difference. And that's with the pictures we've got, with all the evidence we've got, that should really take, it should put it into another completely different zone.
Okay, we'll pick.
Yeah.
I've got it on the agenda for Felgate for next week, and I've made a note of that particular paragraph, so we can.
Sorry, if I can just come back on that. Yeah, so I understand you're talking about paragraph 5.21. So those sections, because we are dealing with such a large number of site options, attempting to sort of summarise those in a logical and helpful way, we've done that by the various areas of the borough. So in terms of the Felgate and Hedworth site options, that paragraph is saying that some of the site options are in those flood zones, and so have significant effects for that reason. It's not saying that all of the sites in that area do.
Again, can I come back on that one? The Felgate Greenbelt lies on one road, Durham Drive, and you know, I have come across this. This is something I'm going to highlight in the next few days. The top part of it, which is the top of Durham Drive, is excluded because it's heavy traffic and flood. Yet, 10 metres down the road, that parcel isn't, and this is where the problems could lie, because you know, these reports are just totally inconsistent. You know, and I put it down to the local plan. The local plan, I said earlier that what they're doing is that they're altering the facts to fit their local plan, and the evidence is totally there that Felgate should be taken out of the local plan for a mass amount of reasons.
Thank you. I assure you, Mr. Green, we'll look at various issues and the reasons relating to Felgate in more detail next week. Can I just ask from LUC for the council, when it says there under paragraph 521, there are 5 sites where they're expected to have significant negative effects. So I think picking up, Ms. Nichols, your wider point of you're looking at a wider sort of geographical area, and when you drill down, there are some specific parcels where this is an issue. Is there an easy way I can sort of track back and find those sites, SFG 15, 20, 40, 41?
Yes, so the table that precedes that paragraph, table 5.2, that summarises the scores that are then detailed in the large annex of the sort of performers for each site. So you can see table 5.2 that where those red double negatives are, those are the 5 significant negatives that are referred to.
And then I would track that through to the annex itself to look at the specific site.
Exactly. Yeah. Yes, the detail of exactly why that score was given to that land parcel in accordance with the criteria that are in Appendix E, then yes, that's detailed in the annex.
Pictures speak louder than words. That's the top of the Felgate Greenbelt on April the 14th, 2024. That's the bottom of the Felgate Greenbelt.
Thank you. I think you've provided those photographs, Mr. Green, as part of your, they're appended to your statement. Yep.
Thanks.
Thank you. I've got nothing further to say I want to raise in relation to just the sort of legality and kind of procedure of the sustainability appraisal. As I think Mr. Green's highlighting, I think when we come to some of the specific sites and issues, we'll look into some of these matters in more detail, but I've got nothing further at this stage on sustainability appraisal, so thank you for that. I'm going to move on in terms of the agenda, please, to pick up other legal and procedural requirements under matter 6 of my agenda. We've touched upon this briefly in terms of the public sector equality duty, and Mr. Green has made submissions already in terms of the adequacy of the public consultation against the equality. I think in terms of my questions for the examination and in the first instance to the council is obviously the council as a wider public body is obligated by the duty in terms of considering those with protected characteristics. And I think just give the council, if there's anything further it wishes to say in relation to MIQ 112 in terms of how the plan has considered persons who have some of those protected characteristics, and how the plan making has taken that into consideration.
Yes, so the issue of public sector equality duty and undertaking an equality impact assessment has been undertaken through the sustainability appraisal process from the outset in preparing the sustainability appraisal. We embedded the equality impact and the health impact assessment within the SA assessment itself, and that's sort of picked up through the objective. The sustainability objective 11, which is to promote equality of opportunity and access and promote good relations between diverse communities. And also within the relating sustainability a question where it states, will the impact upon people who share protected characteristics identified within the Quality Act 2010? This has meant that basically every policy that's been assessed through the sustainability process has had that consideration taken into account in terms of the sustainability appraisal. And it's noted that in section 8 of the sustainability appraisal, note there's an error in the Haven statement where it's referred to section 12, but it's actually section 8. There is a whole section which sets out the equality impact assessments and the health impact assessments through the sustainability appraisal. In addition, there was also an equality impact assessment undertaken alongside the Cabinet report, which was the Council report that was taken to Borough Council for the plan to be submitted in February as well. So again, another equality impact assessment's been undertaken to accompany that.
Thank you. I've got no further questions on the wider public sector equality duty. So, Mr. Green, I heard what you said earlier around your views on consultation not meeting the equality.
Just put, this is from another member of our working group who's on holiday. Can I just ask, he's put a conclusion, I mean, I didn't go through his full thing, but considering the conflicting, inaccessible and technically flawed evidence coupled with inconsistent communication and questionable legal practices, the South Tyneside Draft Local Plan 2023-2040 cannot be deemed robust or legally compliant. I think, that's from one of the working group, yeah.
Thank you. Well, obviously this is an area that my report will have to draw a conclusion on in terms of the, I too are bound by the public sector equality duty, so I'll form my conclusion on whether the council has met that duty in terms of the contents of. I'm so keen to distinguish between the consultation process and what's actually in the plan and what the policies or potential impacts of policies on persons with protected characteristics. So, and we'll undoubtedly, as part of the stage 2 hearings, come on to look at some of the particular policies around accessible homes, etc., that obviously relate to this particular duty. Moving on in terms of the agenda, please. Asked around compliance with the local development scheme, which obviously there's the project plan or work programme for the council. I think the last one was earlier this year, March 2025.
Yes, so we updated the local development scheme, the LDS, to coincide with the submission of the local plan. The previous one was produced originally in October 23 and then updated in March 2024 to take into account the emerging IAMP AAP. So that set out the timescales for producing the local plan from Regulation 19. Obviously, there has been delays to the timescales set out in that version of the LDS. So it's why we updated the LDS to accompany the submission.
Thank you. I mean, in terms of just, I appreciate the sort of the position the council's in terms of the preparation stage for the local development scheme and where we are today, and I also recognise that probably these hearings are, I think, are happening slightly sooner than the LDS envisaged, but I think in general terms it doesn't seem that there's been a sort of a significant kind of infringement or deviation from the overall kind of programme or intention that the council saw was likely or anticipated would happen. I mean, I didn't have any further questions on the local development scheme, but it does lead us into the next issue, and you've referred to it there, Mrs. Lamb, around the International Advanced Manufacturing Park, which I think we're going to probably slip into the abbreviation, the IAMP. Does everybody call it the IAMP?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I just wanted to be clear in my mind, perhaps for the benefit of other people here, there's obviously two separate development plan documents for the South Tyneside area at this moment in time. This local plan that's before me is not enveloping or reviewing what's in the IAMP. It's kind of, the IAMP is to sort of one side, it's an adopted area action plan. And whether that's a kind of a, was always a kind of a legitimate approach, and whether there was any kind of view as to whether the IAMP areas should have been brought within the local plan and reviewed as part of this local plan.
We never took the view that the IAMP should be part of the local plan. It's always been viewed separately. Obviously, it is partly within the borough, but the IAMP area action plan forms its own adopted development plan. It's a joint cross-boundary development plan with Sunderland, so they have the same approach that we have. Policies of the local plan are only relevant where the AAP is silent on policy issues. The council has proposed modifications to policies SP2 and SP17, which clarify the relationship between the local plan and the IAMP area manufacturing plan. I would add to that the IAMP AAP was informed by its own bespoke evidence base, which considers the specific needs of what's called the principal uses, which are specific to the IAMP. Given the strategic nature of the IAMP and its cross-boundary location within the two local planning authorities, and the restrictions on certain types of uses within the IAMP, it was considered appropriate that it continues to form part of its own separate development plan. So in terms of the employment land review, it essentially looked at the need to meet the local plan. You know, the IAMP had its own separate evidence base, while at the same time referencing the IAMP, because obviously it is part of the borough. So we have given consideration between the IAMP and the supply and demand for employment space within the borough to ensure there's no double counting. With economic growth associated with the principal uses expected to take place within the IAMP, and economic growth expected to be accommodated within the portfolio of employment sites allocated through the local plan. So, as I state, obviously there is some interrelationship, but we feel that it's legitimate to maintain that separation in terms of the two separate plan documents.
Thank you. And the policies map's clear, and it kind of denotes that, you know, there's an area that is covered by the current extant IAMP area action plan, and that's kind of greyed out, so it's quite clear that's covered by a separate development plan document, is there any kind of, as you say, Mr. Clifford, there's principal uses that are designed for that IAMP. Are any of the policies within this local plan on a wider level, so such as design, or are they intended to kind of also apply within the IAMP area, or does the AAP kind of sit?
As I state, the IAMP has its own area action plan, and that is currently in the process of being reviewed. It's progressed as far as the Regulation 19 consultation that's taken place. So obviously the intention is for that to be the policy document for the IAMP, and I would also point out that both authorities reviewed the IAMP area action plan in 2022 as to whether it was still, I think the precise terminology was something like whether the policies were still appropriate, up to date, and concluded that they were. And but the intention is for the IAMP to cover its own area, the IAMP AAP.
And as you say, Mr. Clifford, the council's put some thought to some additional. So is this text to policy SP2? So it would sit as kind of supporting text to the policy to kind of just explain in terms of the employment land figure that's identified in SP2 is serving, if I can call it, the general employment needs of the borough, but alongside that or slightly outside it to the southwest is a separate kind of employment land provision, as you say, for a very specific kind of principle.
That's correct. I mean, as I think we probably get onto later this afternoon, obviously the IAMP, it's there, and obviously there's a supply chain and wider multiplier effects, if you like, which we're kind of recognising in the local plan in terms of our employment requirement. But specifically, the needs to be met on the IAMP itself. I mean, the IAMP was released from the Greenbelt for specific purposes. Was judged for exceptional circumstances to meet certain specialist advanced manufacturing needs. So hence the way in which it's been looked at through the employment land review, there has been a separation.
Thank you. I mean, I was looking at what the council has put forward. I mean, I thought it was very helpful in kind of setting some of the context and the differentiation between the two. I mean, my view would be to potentially recommend this as one of a number of potential main modifications to the plan. I mean, I don't know if the council had formed a view at this stage, or whether the council's view is, well, here are some modifications for me to kind of consider, and the ball would be left in my court as to whether this would be something I felt was a main modification, or what we tend to call in the jargon an additional modification that the council could make. And I thought this potentially adds to the kind of the effectiveness of the plan to kind of help draw that distinction. I don't know if the council has a view on whether it's a main or an additional.
Anything which is, apologies, anything which alters either the policy or the supporting text, which is more than just typographical, I think should be considered as a main modification for safety's sake, and consulted upon. Going back to the point you were making about the status of the AAP and its effectiveness in context of this emerging plan, it provides a comprehensive suite of policies and deals specifically with issues like design and things like that. So if you, when you get the chance, you probably have seen it already, but if you get the chance to look at it again, I think it will confirm that it is fairly, it is a standalone document which is pretty comprehensive. So it's unlikely that there's going to be a need to refer or to apply other local plan policies.
Thank you. I'm mindful that other sessions we will touch upon the IAMP, including shortly as part of the employment land session, and I'm going to hear more about it, I think, tomorrow when we look at housing needs. Just on this interrelationship issue, Councillor Herbert first and then Mr Green.
Just seems like another example of why there should be a combined strategic plan for both authorities. Would fit in perfectly with that. Now we've got this standalone thing sitting outside, which future developments like the metro line, the Follinsby extension, would be designed largely to service this area. So I can't see why it isn't in with the whole local plan and a combined one.
Yeah, it's just with the IAMP, that's been Greenbelt release. Has that been done already? Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So that's part of the Felgate agreement. That's that side of it. This is this side of it. You know, we're this side of it, so it's getting squashed further. But the other thing was the council's just recently put a document in. It was on Friday, related to Romanhas. Now, what we're trying to put forward is the fact that it is a brownfield site. You know, there's been funding made available for sites in South Shields, and sites in Hebburn, but in relation to Romanhas, could that now, because of the land release for employment lead to do with the IAM, would Romanhas then now be put back? Could it be put back in a brownfield for housing?
Okay, that's
that makes
something.
Sense.
Thank you, Mr Green. That is something I want to touch upon on Thursday when we're looking at Greenbelt. I think you're coming for that session on Thursday. Yeah, so we'll look at that then. And I know there are other sites that people think should also be released for housing instead of Greenbelt. I'm not going to invite the council now, but I'm not going to obviously lose sight. We are going to talk about employment land shortly. And obviously, that particular site is part of the council's proposed employment land portfolio. Thank you. I've got nothing further I wanted to raise in relation to the IAMP. So I just wanted to conclude this first matter, and I'll first look at a specific policy in the plan. It's policy SP1, where the plan contains a policy on the presumption in favour of sustainable development, which some people know is embedded within national planning policy. I'm not going to speculate what's going to be in the suite of national development management policies, but it's hard to see the principle of the presumption going at this stage. Obviously, there's been various representations put on the plan that this policy is not necessary and should be removed from the plan in order to make it sound. I've asked at MIQ 116. I'll give the council further opportunities. Anything you wish to elaborate on or amplify in terms of why it would not be necessary for sound, why this can be considered a sound approach to conclude this policy?
Yes, I think obviously the inclusion of this policy basically sets how the presumption in favour of sustainable development would be considered in terms of development coming forward in South Tyneside. I'll sort of pick out particularly criterion 3, which makes reference to the made neighbourhood plans for East Bolden plan area and Whitburn neighbourhood plan as well. So it adds a bit of sort of local context in terms of how that would be applied within South Tyneside. So I think the council considers the policy to be sound at this point.
Thank you. And if I was to sort of further reflect on this and suggest that this is a policy that would be removed, would the council say there would be a harm or something? negative would arise from removing the policy. I think inspectors have taken different approaches when presented with this policy.
And it's the same also with heritage policies, where essentially one is driven by national policy. If I were to suggest that it probably wouldn't make any difference, then you've got to ask the question, well, is it effective in that case? My view is it doesn't. My professional judgment on this is that it probably makes little difference at the end of the day whether it's in or out. But if someone is reading the plan who is not au fait with national policy and its interaction with local plan policy and wants to understand how the policies are being applied, then it's a useful policy to have in place.
Thank you. Councillor Herbert.
Do we skip a question?
Thank you. I have not raised a specific point on my agenda about question 113. Having read the various statements, etc., I didn't have any further questions on how the plan has gone about addressing climate change. I think I'm clear from the various answers that were given. So I didn't have any further points I wanted to raise on that. I think I have tried to clarify in subsequent agendas that where I haven't raised a question about, haven't raised a matters issues questions subsequently, it means I'm kind of taken the answers that have been provided as read, and there's nothing further that I wanted to clarify or ask a further question on. Okay, but thank you. Okay, thank you. I think that draws now to a close this first matter one. Thank you everybody for your contributions. We're staying in this room. I'm going to pick up the first part of matter 2 on employment land needs at 3 o'clock. I'm going to stick to that time. I think Councillor Herbert, South Tyneside Green Party are down. I think you're the only people down for this particular session. Or
my colleague was really addressing this issue, but she sent some notes, so I'll do my best.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. I mean, I've got various questions for the council, and I think for them. So I'm going to adjourn now. We're back in this room at 3 o'clock. For those of you who aren't for this afternoon's session, the next one will be back in this room at 9:30 tomorrow morning when we pick up the issue of housing needs. But we've got employment needs first this afternoon. It is. The time. Okay, we'll just have a brief 2-minute adjournment break, so those who want to leave can leave now. And, yep, sorry, yep.